released the May revision general fund proposals, which makes a number of proposals to consolidate or eliminate certain boards and bureaus under the Department of Consumer Affairs to further improve governmental efficiency. Senate committees have met throughout the past week to engage in thoughtful discussions about what these proposals mean and how they will affect the state. For a number of years, this committee has been involved in efforts to eliminate, consolidate, or reorganize boards and bureaus under its jurisdiction. These efforts have been carried out in the context of improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the boards and bureaus. The committee's background paper describes a number of these efforts over the years. It is important to note that none of the proposals today deal with general fund money. Each of these departments, boards, offices, or bureaus are special fund agencies and receive all of their revenues from license, renewal, and other regulatory fees. They are not paid for from tax dollars or by the state's general fund. So many money savings from consolidation or elimination will not save any general fund money. The Budget Conference Committee voted to refer the governor's consolidation and reorganization proposals to the appropriate policy committees for review and report back to the conference committee on those proposals that might be feasible and appropriate. In order to be responsive to the Budget Conference Committee's request, the Business Profession and Economic Development Committee will prepare a summary report of its review and actions, which summarizes the committee's review of the proposals, describes the action the committee is taking, such as further consideration of a proposal or a policy bill, or drafting bill language to implement a proposal, makes any recommendations for the Budget Conference Committee to take. Today's hearing will include discussions by the administration, the Department of Consumer Affairs, affected programs, professional associations, and members of the public on the merits of the proposed change in light of the state's current fiscal crisis. At the completion of each issue on the agenda, the committee will vote on that particular issue. The roll will be left open so all members can vote on each recommendation. Those recommendations will be summarized in a report to the Budget Conference Committee. Are there committee members? Okay. All right. Testimony today in today's hearing is limited to 5 minutes per person, 2 in opposition and 2 in support of each issue. Any additional speakers will be asked to state their names, client or group that they represent, and whether they support or oppose the item under consideration. Voting will take place after each issue, with the roll being kept open until the end of the hearing. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Weiland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we begin, I just wanted to make a brief statement. I think it's unfortunate and difficult, probably for many of members of the audience, to be confronted so suddenly, and when many of you have a stake in the outcome of these various boards and commissions. As the chair said, these are not supported by general fund monies, but they often have an enormous impact on the public. I think it illustrates a very unfortunate situation in the way we conduct business in the legislature. During a typical legislative session, we hear hundreds, literally hundreds, of bills and spend our time doing that. What happens when we do that is we don't have the time to explore reform, to do oversight, to do the extensive in-depth work that we really ought to be doing. And so here we are today. We'll hear brief testimony. We have some proposals. And the reality is, whatever outcome we have and however most of us vote, I really doubt that we will have the amount of information, the amount of testimony, the amount of consideration that we ought to have. And I think that's because of a flawed process. I've suggested we stop hearing bills and we start working on the budget, and I've introduced legislation to do that. All that being said, here we are today. We will do, I know, the best we can. Madam Chair, I know you will do that, and the committee members. So we'll listen to what you say and try to do our best. Thank you.
Okay. Our first panel of witnesses will consist of representatives from the administration, specifically from the Department of Finance, the Business, the Transportation and Housing Agency, and the State and Consumer Services Agency. The committee appreciates the administration responding to the following questions for each of the proposals under consideration today. Number 1, does the proposal provide budgetary savings? Number 2, will the proposal improve efficiencies or service? Number 3, will the proposal provide for independent oversight? And finally, number 4, will the proposal enable the state to maintain its ability to properly regulate in a specific area? We will also be hearing from the Legislative Analyst Office and from the Center for Public Interest Law. I will ask everyone to make opening remarks that you may have on the elimination, consolidation, or reorganization proposals. Then we will consider each issue on the agenda, and I invite everyone to come forward and make any remarks you have on that specific issue. And we will start, if somebody will call the rest of the members. Okay. All right. We will start with the Department of Finance and Consumer Affairs, Department of Real Estate, the Legislative Analyst Office, and the Center for Public Interest Law. If you'll come forward. Okay. So the offices of the members, if you will note that we will need a quorum in order for this committee to vote on issues. So I will need my committee members here. Okay. All right. Who wishes to start?
Finance.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo? Finance then. Department of Finance. Okay. Can we get another chair? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. My name is Kristen Shelton. I'm with the Department of Finance. I'm prepared to talk with you today about the Department of Consumer Affairs consolidation proposals. I do not have the assignment for the first item on your agenda, so I really could take some notes and bring back information. I don't know if there's a representative from Finance here to talk about that component.
Is there anybody here from Finance for the real estate representative?
We have business, transportation, and housing.
Okay, business, transportation, and housing.
Agency we're talking about.
The agency. Go ahead.
I'm from the Department of Real Estate, so I can at least address that portion.
Okay.
Yeah.
State your name, please, and go ahead.
Tom Poole. I'm Assistant Commissioner with the California Department of Real Estate. I'm here today to talk about the consolidation of the Office of Real Estate Appraisers into the Department of Real Estate, and more specifically, probably the carve-out of the mortgage loan broker activity that is currently allowed under the real estate law, and moving that over to the Department of Corporations under a newly formed Department of Financial Services. The concept is pretty straightforward. As the background paper indicates, that there's a number of regulatory agencies that oversee mortgage lending. We have the Department of Corporations that oversees the residential finance law, the residential mortgage lending law. Under the real estate broker license, you're allowed to broker loans secured by real property. You can make loans secured by real property. And you can also sell notes secured by real property. So the concept is to carve out the activities under the real estate law that allow the real estate broker to engage in that mortgage lending activity and put it under one house, as it were. So the Department of Real Estate then would regulate real estate transactions. It would regulate property managers, and to a certain degree, the sale of business opportunities. Part of the business opportunities would probably migrate over to the Department of Corporations for various reasons, but probably the most important is business opportunity transactions. The higher the dollar amount, the less it becomes about transferring real property, but more involved in transfer of stock. So it would make a lot of sense on the higher end of the business opportunity transactions to move those over to DOC, which involve more of a transfer of stock than real property. On the Office of Real Estate Appraisers, they have approximately 30 individuals over there. We would bring them in to the Department of Real Estate as a division. Although we don't anticipate any real cost savings involved, there would be a number of efficiencies achieved by doing that. We already contract, or REIA already contracts with DRE to do their human resources, and up until this year, we also built their budget for them. So the proposal the administration is moving forward is really about efficiencies, and it really kind of makes sense to put all the financial services under one house. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Does your department oversee the what happened in the meltdown of California with the mortgage fiascos?
Yeah, we had a piece of that, absolutely. We had the mortgage brokers. A majority of the mortgage brokers in California operate under a real estate broker's license. As I explained, that broker's license allows you to make or arrange loans secured by real property. So absolutely, we did oversee at least that portion of the transaction where a mortgage broker arranged the loan for the borrower. And we did actually uncover quite a bit of fraud. It actually worked both ways. You had mortgage brokers that were not providing truthful information to lenders to get the loan. At the same time, you also had borrowers that failed to provide proper information to the broker in order to get the loan. So we certainly had a piece of that.
Well, if you had a piece of it, how did it balloon into the debacle that we had?
In terms of there's a bigger picture here, and I guess the debacle really is more of a global picture, is that when as soon as you were able to fractionalize or securitize the sale of these mortgage-backed securities, a market was created for these loans. And so there was an awful lot of incentives put out by mortgage bankers and lenders to mortgage brokers and the like to generate these loans. And the mortgage bankers, in essence, really didn't have any skin in the game in these transactions. They would fund these loans out of a line of credit, turn around and securitize them, sell them off in the global market. So they had no interest or any more liability in those transactions. When they did come back, a majority of the subprime lenders just went under. They just went away. So there was no redress or recourse back to the lenders that made a lot of the loans. Yeah,
but wasn't there a little tickling under somebody's foot that said there's something amiss here, something's going to happen, something is wrong? Yeah.
Again, when you parse out to the transactions, we all have the ability to look back 20/20 hindsight. When we were looking at the brokers and that were arranging these loans, we were looking to see if they were arranging these loans subject to the proper underwriting guidelines that the lenders were putting forth. And in essence, in looking at a transaction, there was nothing to indicate there was a problem. And the question, looking back on it, is whether or not the borrower had the ability to repay the loan. And that's not something that was readily apparent in the documentation. Obviously, the brokers are relying on the borrowers to provide that information. If it wasn't truthful, then it becomes very difficult when you're just looking at it through an audit process to see that anything is amiss. Where you start uncovering the fraud is when the loans start defaulting. Then you go back and you have the ability to look at the transaction and find out what was represented to the broker or to the lender and verify that against the facts.
Yesterday on 60 Minutes, and it's a rerun, there was a gentleman that was a whistleblower, and he said there's something wrong. Nobody heeded his warning. I mean, he was crying. He was crying in the wild all by himself.
Right.
And nobody listened. Did you have anybody crying and nobody listened?
Not at our level. Again, this was at the origination. The meltdown really started occurring when it became such a massive global affair. Is that as soon as they started securitizing these loans, it started feeding on itself. I mean, there was an insatiable appetite for these loans. And you're absolutely right. It did create a global meltdown because these loans were bought by pension companies. In fact, I read about a town in Norway that put all the pension monies they had invested in these mortgage-backed securities, and basically the town went bankrupt.
So what's to ensure us that should we do with the consolidation that California is going to be safe? How do we ensure that?
There's there's a number of things.
Did we learn something?
We absolutely learned something. And both the federal and state, the legislature reacted as well as the federal government. There is a federal mandate now that is going to require that all loan originators be licensed or registered through a national registry. It's under the SAFE provision. There's a couple of bills winding its way through the legislature right now, SB 36 and SB 34, that will require for the first time everybody that originates a loan secured by real property to be part of the registry and to get licensed. So we're going to have, for the first time in California, the ability to identify every originator. And on the state side, there was a number of laws that were passed, including a Machado bill from a couple of years ago that set forth new disclosure requirements for non-traditional mortgages. Our law, for example, now requires when you have one of these pick-up payment loans or non-traditional mortgages that it go out for 5 years. When you get a disclosure, the borrower's going to know what the current payment is, what it's going to be after each adjustment going out for 5 years. The new requirement will allow a borrower not to be surprised when the rates adjust. So that went into effect last year. So yes, we did learn something, and there's more on the way.
Okay. Next. Okay. Anybody? Otherwise, I'm going to dance. Come on.
Greg Jolivet with the Legislative Analyst Office. In general, we think the consolidation offers some potential for program improvements and efficiencies. Simply merging entities, it's a start, but obviously, there are a number of other potential improvements that could be made to address programmatic issues. We're just talking about Department of Real Estate. For example, our office put out a report earlier this year looking at the Department of Real Estate and offered a number of different recommendations on how to improve their licensing and enforcement. Merging these entities wouldn't address most of the issues that we raised. In addition to merging, there might be a need for subsequent legislation to address, for example, minimal educational requirements, to address the workload and the enforcement so that, when the market gets hot, the focus really stays on those individuals who are, in fact, licensed to conduct business rather than swinging toward individuals who are trying to enter the profession. And those are just a couple of examples. So in general, we think consolidation is good. It offers opportunities, but it's just a start. And whether you actually achieve those efficiencies and program improvements really depends on how it's implemented.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members, Ed Howard with the Center for Public Interest Law. I thought that we would begin by talking a little bit about what efficiency means in this context, and then move to talk about what efficiency means in particular vis-a-vis the licensing boards that are under review today. And third, to offer our thoughts about how to evaluate the governor's proposal that you'll hear, or governor's proposals that you'll hear today. On efficiency generally, I want to pick up with a comment, with one of the comments made by Senator Weiland in his opening, that The drive for making government efficient properly arises really from three things. The first is the recognition that government has no competitors in a marketplace. So there is no extrinsic competitor that can keep government lean and mean and efficient and targeted toward its aims other than what is self-generated by government itself. So the underlying aim of ambitiously reviewing the efficiency of government programs by government, for government, is a truly important one. The second reason to be focused on efficiency is because government programs are funded by, in essence, taking people's money by fees and by taxes. It's a very serious thing to do and should be done carefully and with humility for a clearly articulated public good. When that money is spent inefficiently, it is in effect spent for no good public policy reason, with several unwelcome consequences, not the least of which is the public souring on the desirability of funding public programs. And then finally, if the government program is important enough to require citizens to fund it, presumably there is an important social ill that the program is trying to cure. So the final reason to ensure government efficiency overall is to ensure that the social ill that prompted the creation of the government program in the first place is actually being addressed. Phrased a little bit differently, if the aim of the program is to make people's lives better, then we should make sure that the program is making people's lives better. And as we move forward with, in our opinion, Madam Chair and members, that should be the single guiding principle of government efficiency efforts. Do they make people's lives better? These principles apply, we think, with particular force to the licensing boards, because a licensing program is itself a fairly dramatic government intervention into the market, requiring a proportionally weighty responsibility to get it right. Licensing restrains trade, with the result not just being less consumer choice and higher prices, but also the non-monetized but still real hurt we impose upon people when we, as a matter of policy, frustrate the dreams of someone who wants to become a lawyer or a doctor or a physician or a dentist. And when we add to this that we make the market barrier even higher by imposing licensing fees and continuing education and the like, and that the entire reason for licensure, for doing all of these things, is an important one. It is to prevent consumer harm in the first instance, where, and because these particular professions, after the fact damages won't make you whole. If a doctor kills you or a loved one, if an accountant does a misdeed and you end up in Club Fed and with your lost savings as a result, if a lawyer commits egregious malpractice as a result, you're serving time in prison. No amount of damages can get your life back, and that's the reason we license. It's to prevent harm. So when you take all of these things together, the case for government efficiency in the licensing professions is a compelling one, and it should be looked at even if there aren't necessarily general fund savings on the table at any given time. Against this backdrop, how do we scrutinize the governor's proposals? Well, I suppose we have a lens with several different facets to it. Overarchingly, we ask, will the reorganization improve the lives of everyday Californians by preventing harm from coming to them? And this question, in turn, has at least three sub-questions. The first is questions related to performance. How well or how poorly is the licensing program performing right now? Does it actively watchdog the profession that it purports to regulate, or does it largely fall in line with whatever the profession wants? Does it efficiently address consumer complaints? Does it proactively seek the tools from the legislature or other places that it needs to do its job? Does it deal with licensees fairly and transparently? Those kinds of questions. The second question that we ask in evaluating the proposals is questions about fixing the unbroken. If the particular program is performing well or adequately, well, that's something. It isn't always easy to get government programs to perform well or adequately. And so the reform proposal of a board that is operating well needs at its core a fairly well-articulated and I think powerful justification to change a government program that is actually working. Third and finally, we have questions about the natures of the proposed fix. If, in fact, the government program isn't working and it needs to have reform, then the reform proponent needs to articulate clearly why exactly isn't it working now, and how exactly is the reform proposal on the table tailored to meet the articulated problem with the board. This is essential to ensure that we don't exchange one set of problems for another, to make the reform proposal and to make the reform proposal one that is actually likely to help real people on the ground. It might be that this board is so persistently captured by the industry it purports to regulate that the board needs to go away. It may be that there are staff culture problems simply within the board or bureau itself. It may be that there are problems with the enabling authority that the laws that the board is operating under. It may be that it's not adequately resourced. It may be a whole host of things. But we need to know with precision not only why the reform proposal is the right one, but why it wasn't any of those other ones. So, turning finally to the governor's proposals before you today, it is with respect to the governor and honoring, as we do, the desire to seek government efficiency in all facets of government as a good in and of itself. It is, however, respectfully difficult for us to see how these proposals will actually make people's lives better or make the programs more efficient. We have yet to hear, and we hope to hear, a clearly articulated diagnosis for each of these boards and programs as to what the problems with them are, and how the proposed solutions will, in fact, fix them by elimination of the board, consolidation, or what have you. Likewise, why other proposed solutions are not being brought forth relating to changes in enabling authority and resources and the other options that are available to reform the way the boards work.
Are you getting ready to sum up?
Oh, I'm right here, right at its core. At their core, the proposals seem to be more about, at least right now, an impetus toward tidiness in the organizational flowchart for the executive branch, which is a laudable goal, but it should not take precedence over preserving programs or parts of programs that are working, and in fact working for people every day. One other quick note. These programs are very different than what was proposed in the governor's CPR. The California Performance Review proposals about the boards was based on a theory that was tightly tailored.
Okay, you know the drill. Okay, call for the quorum, please.
Grady McLeod.
Here.
Weiland.
Here.
Onestad. Corbett.
Here.
Correa. Flores. Oropeza. Romero. Walters.
Here.
Yee.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a quorum.
The California Performance Review proposals about eliminating boards was based on a theory, and the theory was that they wanted, in the phrase in CPR, short lines on the accountability flowchart. The theory was that if you got rid of boards and substituted them with bureaus, you would tighten the accountability line between an elected official and between a public policy problem. One may agree or disagree with that premise, but there was an overarching premise there as to why the administration then was seeking the change from boards to bureaus. Respectfully, at this point, I haven't seen such an overarching theory at play with these proposed consolidation proposals. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay. Okay. Is there anybody here from the real estate
We want to hear from the Department of Finance.
Department of Finance?
Department of Consumer Affairs and
Consumer Affairs. Okay. Ms. Zuniga.
Laura Zuniga from the Department of Consumer Affairs, also here for State and Consumer Services Agency. I'm actually going to defer to the Department of Finance for an overview of the administration's proposals, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Go ahead, do it. As mentioned, the Department of Consumer Affairs has a number of boards and bureaus.
Yeah. Identify yourself.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. As mentioned, the Department of Consumer Affairs has a number of regulatory boards and bureaus that provide oversight of more than 255 professions and 2.4 million professionals. Each of these entities operates very similarly. They administer examinations, they license the individuals based on minimum qualifications, they enforce standards to protect consumers, provide complaint mediation, and educate consumers. The administration proposes the consolidation of 7 similar regulatory functions functions and the elimination of the 4 following functions: the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee within the Bureau of Automotive Repair, the Telephone Medical Advice Services Bureau, the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine, and the Court Reporters Board. While these are all special funded, the elimination could achieve up to $2.5 million in general fund savings, depending on the timing of the elimination and the disposition of the special funds related to those elimination proposals. The consolidations would achieve up to $4 million in savings and a reduction of 25 positions, as well as 75 board and commission member positions. The efficiencies to be gained primarily result from the consolidation of administrative and overhead functions, but some efficiencies may also be achieved through closer coordination of related professions within a continuum of care, such as the VOC nurse consolidation within the Registered Nursing Board. The licensing and enforcement programs will remain largely unchanged under this proposals. However, therefore, they would not result in any significant efficiencies, and the affected professions would continue to be properly regulated and, in some instances, better regulated and enforced, such as the proposed consolidation for the Fiduciary Bureau into the Board of Accountancy. As you go through each of the specific proposals, I'd be happy to offer more information and answer any questions related to those proposals, but that provides an overview of what the administration's position is.
Okay. All righty. Who else? Anybody else here?
Yeah, we can go ahead and move to the first.
Okay. All right. Mr. Weiland.
Just to make sure I understand what the actual proposal is, let me ask you to restate the actual proposal, because we've talked about a lot of different things.
Yeah. First of all, the Department of Real Estate is a standalone department. The proposal would actually carve out the mortgage loan broker activity from the real estate law and move that over to the Department of Corporations. The efficiencies that would occur really come from the point of view, from the consumer's point of view. Right now, if there's a complaint to be filed against your mortgage broker, you might have to go to the Department of Real Estate, you might have to go to the Department of Corporations, or the Department of Financial Institutions to figure out who is regulating your mortgage broker. So the idea of the carve-out would have that all housed in one place, so that if you have a financial problem with respect to your mortgage loan, you're going to go to the newly created Department of Financial Services, which will house the current Department of Corporations and the Department of Financial Institutions. So from a consumer perspective, it becomes a one stop in terms of where to file your complaint or to get information regarding your mortgage lending.
Now what about appraisers, real estate appraisers? Because we have some information about that. Are they included in?
Yes. The other part of the proposal would bring in the Department or Office of Real Estate Appraisers within the Department of Real Estate as a separate division. It's interesting to note that when AREA was first contemplated, they were going to be part of the Department of Real Estate. And because of concerns with firewalls and having making sure you had separate jurisdiction over the real estate transaction, disciplinary process, and those involving appraisers, it was separated off into its own office. Other states now have combined the office of their equivalent of the Office of Real Estate Appraisers with the respective Department of Real Estate that regulate real estate licensees. So we know that the firewall can be put in place, but where the efficiencies again come in is that you're not going to have a duplication of the human resources personnel or with budgets. We'll be able to absorb that within our resources because of the office is so small. So there'll be some efficiencies gained.
So you are asking to do two things. Take the mortgage brokers, those who have a real estate license but who actually broker loans.
Yes.
Move them over to the Department of Corporations. And is that finance arm a new entity within the Department of Corporations?
It would have to be.
Or is there an existing entity that you would fold this into?
Well, the Department of Corporations currently regulates and licenses the residential mortgage lenders, which are the large mortgage bankers, and the California finance lenders, both of whom can broker or make loans secured by real property. So this is where you end up with this trifurcation of regulatory. So
May I interrupt?
Yes.
We have coming before this committee AB 33, which would do exactly what they're talking about.
Yes.
It would eliminate the Office of Real Estate Appraisers and provide for the Department of Real Estate to assume the functions and responsibilities and establishing a new license category for mortgage brokers under a newly created Department of Financial Services. The Department of Real Estate would no longer have regulatory oversight responsibility for the realtors involved in mortgage transactions.
Right.
So,
That's what I was looking for.
yeah,
Thank you,
and
Madam
we
Chair.
have a bill that's coming before us.
I was looking for a very succenced description of.
Senator, I
what it
apologize
is.
for my
No, that's
language.
okay. No, that's
That's
okay. This is new. I understand that.
Yeah.
I guess the only question I would have then, as some of this certainly seems to make sense, are you going to have people who know how to do this? Real estate appraisal is very different from selling real estate.
The current personnel over Office of Real Estate Appraisers, their functions aren't going to change. They're still going to be there to regulate the industry. They'll just be folded or merged in with the Department of Real Estate as a division, so they're coming over intact.
Okay.
Yes.
So the people who know that will be there, and the same thing's true of the financial services. Okay.
All right.
Okay. And in order to use up the time that we have, we're going to have to move with a little more haste. Okay, so if I could have some of the professional groups that wish to testify on this issue, you could come forward if there's anybody out there. Don't all jump up. Okay, there's nobody out there. Okay, well, here's somebody.
Yeah, I think Stan.
Okay.
Stan with Realtors.
Okay. Maybe not. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Bob Clark. I'm the Director of the Office of Real Estate Appraisers. And just a quick comment, there are out of 51 jurisdictions in the nation, including the District of Columbia, 11 of them have their Office of Real Estate Appraisers or their appraisal regulatory board within the departments of real estate. The most important aspect of this from our office's viewpoint is we're basically a federally mandated program, and our laws really comply with the federal law that established our regulatory body. The most important thing is that we maintain that firewall between realty-related activities and appraisal regulatory activities. And we've actually proposed additional language in the bill that would maintain or establish that firewall. And I believe that can work. It's working very well in the 11 jurisdictions that currently have it done that way. And basically, this is dictated by the Appraisal Subcommittee, our federal oversight agency, their policy statement 1, which addresses that firewall, that separation.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Anybody else? Nobody from the real estate people? You going to come forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Stan Wigg with the California Association of Realtors. With your leave, we'll reserve most of our comment for AB 33, which is scheduled to be heard in your committee next week. We are neutral on the bill as it's currently set up. We think that preserving the department's non-financial services and consolidating the financial part of DRE's jurisdiction makes sense in the way that they're doing it now. The point of it seems to be to create a single regulator for the mortgage operations that you inquired about earlier, and that's what the governor's administration is trying to do. What we were concerned with in particular was also not only segregating our license, but also preserving the non-financial regulatory part of DRE, and this proposal does that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions, but I expect I'll be back before you next week on 33.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right. Anybody else? Is there any public comment? Okay. So I'm going to move it. Can I move it?
Testimony being concluded.
Yeah. The testimony being concluded, I recommend that my motion is that the committee give due consideration to AB 33, which would eliminate the Office of Real Estate Appraisers and provide for the Department of Real Estate to assume its functions and responsibilities and establish a new licensing category for mortgage brokers under a newly created Department of Financial Services. The Department of Real Estate would no longer have regulatory oversight responsibility for those realtors involved in mortgage transactions. Okay, so I moved it then. All right. Do we have enough people to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Madam Chair, may
Yes.
I just ask a question?
Sure.
Embodied in your motion, then, you are requesting that we give due consideration to the measure that's coming before us next week, and we're not voting on a very specific proposal right now.
No,
I just want to understand.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Negretti McLeod?
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Anastad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa? Flores? Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee? Yee, aye.
Okay.
We have a 5-0 on
We have a 5-0. We're going to leave that open for our roaming members. The second issue is, should the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine be eliminated? Okay, so if I could have the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine representative, the Osteopathic Medical Board representative, and anybody else? Okay. Yeah, and I think we're going to have to limit it to five minutes a person, otherwise we become long. Okay, so go ahead.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. This program was established in 2004, so it's relatively new. Licensure began in 2005. They only have about 300 individuals licensed to date, and this bureau has struggled with limited resources coming from their licensing revenues, so it's made it very difficult for them to effectively regulate the licensees in this area. The majority of complaints that they receive focus on the inappropriate or unauthorized use of being a naturopathic doctor. Irrespective of what happens with this bureau, California would still allow the practice without a license, so we don't believe that there'd be any harm within the industry. This is one of the proposals that would have a general fund benefit because the balance of the special fund, which is low, about $110,000, would transfer to the general fund as there's no successor fund identified in law, so it's kind of just a function of government code.
Okay.
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs, representing the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine. We'd agree with the comments from Department of Finance, and just note that prior to the creation of the Bureau and the licensure of naturopathic doctors, under the Medical Practice Act, there's a provision that allows for alternative healthcare practices, as long as that practitioner is not violating the Medical Practice Act. That's how they operated before, and we would look at whether any changes to that are necessary if this were to be eliminated.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Angie Burton with the Osteopathic Medical Board. The Osteopathic Medical Board feels that the Naturopathic Board should not be eliminated. However, the Osteopathic Medical Board licenses physicians and surgeons, DOs and MDs, and their training, the naturopathic training does not reach the training of a physician and surgeon. And at this point, the Medical Board has allied health programs, and we feel that the naturopathic medicine, because it is an alternative medicine, would fit better with the acupuncturist, midwives, that type, and I think they should be put under the allied health committees with the Medical Board.
Okay.
And one more thing, that the Medical Board is challenged with the keeping up the existing workload, and if we were to absorb another board's function without additional staffing, I don't believe that it would be possible.
Okay. Questions?
This is a question for the Department of Finance. You had indicated that the account within the Naturopathic Board is insufficient to really provide oversight for all the naturopathic docs. And if we then take the naturopathic docs and put it under the osteopathic docs, then would not the osteopathic docs' fees be used to then subsidize the oversight of the naturopathic docs?
Absent a fee increase with the naturopathic docs, functionally that is what would happen to the extent that the osteopathic board has sufficient revenues to support their regulatory program or excess revenues. They would basically subsidize that.
So is the administration going to suggest that we increase their fees?
No, we actually recommend that the Bureau be eliminated. That's the administration's proposal.
Right. No, I understand that. But the point is that if you combine the two, to be fair to the osteopathic docs, that one would need to then increase the fees for the naturopathic docs so that there is not then cost pressures put on the osteopathic docs.
Yeah, to the extent that the committee takes an action to move it under either the osteopathic medical board or the acupuncture board, as was also suggested, we would have to align the fees so that they could adequately support the program.
Is the recommendation that we eliminate the naturopathic board and put them all under the osteopathic, or are you suggesting that we go and look at other places to kind of put them under?
No, we suggest that they do not need regulation as a separate regulatory entity or even to be moved within another regulatory entity, that they would essentially self-regulate. They can function under the Medical Practices Act without having to pay licensing fees or have oversight directly by the state. So they would be eliminated from state oversight.
So what if there are some improprieties of some naturopathic docs? Then how will they, how will their behavior be then somehow be scrutinized or investigated, or how will training be enhanced, and if we need to do that?
Well, there's the broad guidelines under the Medical Practices Act. So to the extent that they go beyond their scope of care that's allowed, they could be pursued under the Medical Practices Act. In addition, there are civil and administrative remedies that could be pursued in terms of an individual could sue that particular doctor in traditional civil courts.
I just don't understand the thought there that we could somehow save money by just eliminating a board, but still have the behavior, that practice still out there. And then if there are problems, that the state could still come in and take care of that oversight problem without any fees to provide subsidy or to provide cost recovery for those particular oversight activities?
Right. The state, has oversight roles where there's a direct connection. And I think in this instance, there's probably not as close of a nexus. This entity is really new as part of state government and existed for many years without state regulatory oversight. There's many professions such as massage therapy and other things that are done that don't have state intervention. They're handled largely at the local level or through really the customer client base, that they kind of self-regulate themselves. They don't necessarily need a government oversight or responsibility.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think I disagree with you. I think we have a pretty sophisticated constituency out there. I mean, we regulate and we license pest operators. To go to a docks and you don't even have a license, I mean, it's like, okay, you can go to them, but it's okay. We don't have to regulate people. That just kind of seems a little bit odd.
A naturopathic doctor, by definition, isn't going through the same kind of medical training and care as others. I think they're required to do 4 years worth of training.
No,
to become,
I've met with them. I don't think that's accurate. So, but I mean, if we license everybody, you license my massage therapist. Why would you not want to license a naturopathic doctor?
They don't need to be licensed by the state, though. A massage therapist is not licensed by the state. There is a separate entity that essentially does licensing for them. It's not a state-regulated function.
All right. Yeah. Okay. People from anybody else from the groups, have you come forward? Okay, now we have some people coming forward. Okay. If you stay around in case we need to ask you questions. Okay. Okay. Now, I met with you, and you told me you got trained. I mean, I can
to treat the previous speakers a hostile witness.
There's a chair over here.
I'm Dr. Simon Barker, ND, a naturopathic doctor, Vice President of the California Naturopathic Doctors Association. I practice in Pasadena, have done so for the last 5 years.
Is your training, do you just go and you say, I think I'd like to be a doc and I'm going to be a doc today?
Not at all. Not
Okay.
at all. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak to you, Senators. Our training is similar to that of a medical doctor or an osteopath. So for your full-time medical training, that sounds better. For your full-time medical training, we go to federally accredited schools. We are licensed on a state-by-state basis. We take national board examinations, and we've been licensed here in California for the last 5 years. As doctors, we practice medicine. We diagnose and treat. We cannot legally practice without a license. That's the law in the state. And if our license was rescinded, we would lose the ability to practice, and so we would lose our jobs, and the state would lose a lot of money. I think the notion that a cost saving of $100,000, which is what would go back to the general fund if the Bureau was eliminated, compared to the huge input of naturopathic doctors to the state in terms of, we estimate $2 million a year coming from income tax and sales tax to the state, and that number is expected to double over the next 3 years, and so that the balance on that is significantly skewed.
Okay. If you could all I'll let you all speak, but you need to make your sentences brief and not repeat the same thing.
Yes, thank you.
Can you diagnose a cold?
Absolutely, yes, and we do the lab work to do that.
Can you diagnose a broken leg?
Yes, we refer. We're primary care providers, and as Senator Correa can tell you, who was an assemblyman at the time and helped and chair of the BNP committee. Yes, he was quite aware that there were thousands of people who had no training in naturopathic medicine in formal programs calling themselves naturopathic doctors in this state. Licensure was implemented to be able to ensure consumer protection, that the person calling themselves a naturopathic doctor is well trained, has taken and passed board exams, and can actually serve responsibly as a primary care provider. I came here today to testify in support of the recommendations of this committee that consolidation within the osteopathic board would be appropriate for a few reasons. One is it would require the least administrative work since they're already issuing licenses and doing enforcement. Secondly, it's a relatively small bureau, and in fact there are 365 current licensees, and that number is growing as our profession has recognized that the state of California is a place where they legally can practice medicine. I also wanted to say that there are some historic similarities, both politically and philosophically, with the naturopathic doctors and osteopaths, and we're here to serve, and we really do need to be licensed.
Okay. My name is Mary Ann Stern. I live in Los Angeles County, and I'm here as a naturopathic patient. I am actually the chief administrative officer for a very large nonprofit mental health organization in Los Angeles County. And in the fall of 2005, I was this close to going on permanent disability. It's kind of hard to talk about your diagnoses in a public room like this, but I think maybe I should so you could understand. I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, and multiple chemical sensitivities. And although the allopathic physicians I saw were very kind and caring, they basically told me to my face, this is all we can do for you. You're done. We can do nothing else for you. I was given 3 prescriptions and disability papers and told to go home and put my affairs in order, basically. So I carried those papers around for 6 or 7 weeks trying to figure out what to do. And I finally landed in a naturopathic physician's office. And I'm here today because of him. If it wasn't for naturopathic medicine, I would be living on disability, I would be living on SSI, and I would be living on Medi-Cal. And I'm not. I kept my job, I kept my career, and it would be awful for me personally and for other people if this license were to go away.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Arlen Cage. I live in Redondo Beach, and I practice in Torrance in Los Angeles County, and I am the president of the California Naturopathic Doctors Association. I would just like to remind and kind of play off the previous speaker is that right now our Bureau is in fact functioning well, and it has been no issues that we have been aware of, and I have attended the Bureau biannual meetings, that there has been no problems in the functioning of the Bureau. The profession is very happy with the functioning of the Bureau, and as a result, of all the reasons we've mentioned by Dr. Barker here, we really do need to maintain licensure somewhere to help distinguish against those less qualified, and in order to enable us to use treatments and therapies that are more natural, that will help patients who have not been helped through other means, and we need to be able to license and diagnose and treat, and we need a state license to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Creason. I'm the Executive Director of the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this issue. From a consumer protection standpoint, OPSC has concerns about the elimination of the Naturopathic Bureau. However, we are vehemently opposed to it coming under the Osteopathic Medical Board of California for several reasons. One of which is that the Osteopathic Medical Board was created by initiative by the Osteopathic Act. The Naturopathic Bureau was created statutorily, so they were created in different ways. Any modifications would have to be handled in different fashions. Changes to the Osteopathic Medical Board would have to be by voter initiative, and we've seen how well those go recently. Secondly, OPSC does not believe that osteopathic physicians should subsidize any other health professions. We have enough difficulty paying for our own oversight, although the OMBC does operate efficiently. They are understaffed at this point. A recent workforce analysis indicated that every staff member of the Osteopathic Medical Board is currently undertaking approximately 1.85 full-time positions. They're doing almost double the work that an individual is expected to be done at that level. So the Osteopathic Medical Board does not have the ability to undertake any other healthcare professions. Our recommendation would be that the committee or administration consider that the Naturopathic Board go under the auspices of the Medical Board of California, which does currently oversee a number of other allied healthcare providers. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the members?
Madam Chair, if I can just ask, who is here representing the Board of Naturopathic Medicine?
Bureau.
The Bureau.
Department.
The Department of Consumer.
Okay, if I could have somebody move out of the way, and then we could have somebody come in.
Can I ask you then the question earlier was referenced that the by the Department of Finance that currently the activities of the Bureau cannot be handled by the fees that are collected. Is that your assessment? Do you agree with that assessment?
I would say that's accurate. The Bureau operates with one authorized staff position to sort of handle all the functions of a licensing entity. They have, I think, 328 active licensees at this point. Most of our programs we consider to be sustaining at a good level if they have 10,000 licensees. So they're definitely limited in what they can do. They're performing the functions they need to, and we are, but certainly limited by the resources we have.
And let's just say if we kept the Bureau, going forward, what are your plans to leave it alone, or what changes would you make, if any?
I think we would have to look at realigning the fee structure to support the cost of the program. Right now, I think they probably have the second or third highest fee out of all of our licensing entities, but we would have to look at that.
Do you see the number of naturopathic doctors increasing, at a rate where it can, in fact, support the kinds of activities that your Bureau is engaged in?
I don't know, how much it's going to increase, so I guess I couldn't provide a good answer to that question. I'm not sure how much it's going to go up.
What's the historical data?
It's only been in place for I think, 4 years, and so we've gotten to 328 licensees.
I think one of the members there can answer the question.
Hi, Dr. Cage again. When we were first licensed in 2003 to start in fiscal 2004, the legislative analysis was that we needed a minimum of 100 doctors to apply to make the Bureau self-sustaining. So since 2005, when the first license was issued, we've grown now to 364 licenses issued, which is more than a 250% growth rate in 4 years. At that rate, in another 2.5 to 3 years, we'd expect the current number of licensees to double.
The only problem with that assessment is that I'm not sure exactly, because given what was in that analysis, fast forward to right now, you've got testimony that basically saying that the numbers that you have and the fee structure that you have is not sustaining the costs to provide adequate, maybe, consumer protection. I don't know.
The discussions we've had with the Department of Consumer Affairs offline, this issue has been discussed, and the fear is if any legislation is ever needed against naturopathic doctors who have committed some form of malpractice, that there might be insufficient reserve funds to conduct a legislation against them. We've asked for how much is required, and so far we have not been given a number by the DCA.
Doctor, at present we have an excess of $100,000, which we were told would cover at least 2 enforcement issues. And at this point, there have been no enforcement issues required against naturopathic doctors. If we continue to grow at the rate that we do, and we have a list of about 250 students who will be graduating in the next 2 years who are planning on coming to California if our licensure is maintained, then we anticipate that level of growth to continue, then that should not be an issue. I think that to state that anything under 10,000 is not sustainable is a little disingenuous. I mean, I don't think there are 10,000 licensed osteopaths in the state, are there?
I didn't mean to say that 10,000. It has to have 10,000 generally for a program. That's what we look at. Certainly, some of our programs are under 10,000, and they have higher fees than other ones.
Okay, thank you.
5,000.
Okay, there's 5,000 osteopath license in the state. Okay. So, all right. Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, I find myself trying to understand what the proposal is, because these get clouded. Is the proposal that the Board of Naturopathic Medicine and its licensure be eliminated? That's the administration's proposal.
Yes.
There's been a suggestion, and I've forgotten whose it was, that it be moved to the Board of Osteopathic Medicine, which feels it really is not appropriate or does not have the funding to do so, and that board proposes that it be moved to the medical board. But we don't have anyone from the medical board to comment. I'm just trying to summarize what we're hearing here.
If I may just clarify, I'm not representing the Osteopathic Medical Board of California. I'm representing the Professional Society, which is the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California.
Thank you. But so then the basic question from the administration is, do we keep something we created with the naturopaths? And that just illustrates the problem I brought up at the beginning. We don't, I don't think we're prepared to revisit all that. I know I'm not prepared to eliminate it without more information. We went through this, and I think I may have been on the B&P committee at that point.
I was on the committee at that time.
And I just, we're talking about $110,000, and we've got tens of billions of dollars of deficit. I just think that I'd like to know more again about naturopathic medicine, and maybe we could again, because that's what we're being asked to do, hear a little bit about what the training is and the scope of practice and all that. But I don't think it makes sense to go beyond that. Although I do have just one question, and that is, I understand very well if someone has been diagnosed or seen a medical doctor or a DO coming for treatment. But does a naturopath, someone who's licensed as a naturopath, my only concern would be, what if you come, you don't have, and I don't think you would assert that you have the same training that a medical doctor does for diagnosis. So would you typically, if you find someone who you suspect needs further diagnosis, you would refer them?
Absolutely. We probably do that on a weekly basis in my practice. If I see something that's not in my scope of training or my area of specialization, I refer. I have a network of medical doctors in my community who absorb, like I have a dermatologist I refer to, an internist, and so on. That's a routine part of our training.
You wanted to say something?
Just really quickly. Part of the treatment that I received were treatments that did require a license. So that really matters to me a lot. I think the other thing that really matters to me, because I do work in the public mental health system, and I see what it costs to keep people on disability. The average cost, even staying out of a hospital, is $50,000 to $60,000 a year to maintain someone on disability. So for $100,000 or $110,000, you're talking about 2 years of upkeep just on me.
What required a license in terms of your treatment?
Shots, that kind of thing. He can tell you more.
Some of the
you can't write a prescription.
Actually, we can. We are trained, and we do have DEA numbers, and we do write prescriptions if necessary. We routinely do things like that. And anytime, for example, even the simple vitamin B12 injection is technically considered a prescription and requires a medical license.
Okay.
Now, we don't have anybody here from the osteopathic board, right?
Oh, we do?
We do?
Oh, that's right. She is.
Okay, she is. No. Now, do you have an objection?
Yes.
And what is the objection?
The objection is we don't want to eliminate the naturopathic board, but what we were trying to say is that naturopathic medicine is an alternative medicine. Osteopathic medicine is not. It is physicians and surgeons just like the medical board. And because the medical board already has allied health licenses under their board, such as the acupuncturists, midwives, and other alternative medicine, I feel that they fit better under that committee rather than under the osteopathic medical board.
Madam Chair, could you ask the witness to identify herself?
Yes, we
Yeah, she did earlier. Go ahead, would you?
I'm sorry, my name is Angie Burton. I'm the acting director of the osteopathic medical board.
Is there anybody here from the medical board? Okay.
Who carries out their enforcement?
Who carries out your enforcement?
The osteopathic medical board does.
Okay.
Madam Chair, but the administration is not proposing to move. No. You're doing this as someone involved in this community.
No, because the staff recommended that the naturopathic doctors go
that's committee staff.
That's why.
Committee staff is trying to find a home.
But it appears to me that there isn't the will on this committee to A, eliminate the board, the bureau, and B, to move it under the natural. It seems to have needs like more consideration or more. Well, yes.
If I could just clarify one thing for the director of the Osteopathic Medical Board is that the naturopathic medical profession is not an allied health profession. We are licensed per code right now as primary care providers.
But it is alternative medicine, correct?
That may be true from the osteopathic point of view, but we are primary care by code.
Thank you.
Okay.
Physicians and doctors in the back, and I told them they could come up and state their name and their position.
Okay. Okay, now if we could have, there are physicians that wish to speak on this. Is there anybody here? Okay, yeah. I'm going to make the motion to not give, there's not enough. Okay. Yes.
My name is Dr. Michelle Rathel. I'm owner and chief medical officer of Revolution's Natural Medical Solutions in Folsom, California. I've been open for 1 month. In the past month, the demand for my services has been such that I have had to hire 2 doctors, front office staff, and my front office staff is swamped. I will be hiring at least 4 or 5 new people and creating those jobs that did not previously exist in the state of California.
Are you an MD?
Yeah, I'm a naturopathic medical doctor.
Naturopathic medicine.
I am.
Okay.
And, you know, Mr. Weiland was speaking about the $100,000 that we were concerned with, I have invested $200,000 in the state of California starting up my medical practice.
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Dr. Canberra Phoebus. I'm a naturopathic doctor. I practice in Ukiah. I've been in practice there for 3 years. My partner has been there for 4 years. And we have an ongoing practice that's thriving. And we would support, or we oppose the closing of the Naturopathic Bureau.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Greta D'Amico. I'm a naturopathic doctor. I have a clinic in Auburn, California with my husband, who's also a naturopathic doctor. And there's 2 other naturopathic doctors in the audience here, also from Auburn. We're basically here to state our opposition to the elimination of the Bureau and to support whatever solution would work best for everyone so that we can maintain our licenses and keep operating our businesses in the state safely.
Okay. If there's anybody else, come on forward now.
I'm Dennis Godby, a naturopathic doctor here 1 mile from this capital here in Sacramento, and I have a thriving practice, and I'm opposed to the elimination of the Naturopathic Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tara Levy. I have a practice where I've been for almost 11 years in Concord and also in Oakland, California. I have a thriving practice. I serve thousands of patients, and I oppose the opposition of the Bureau.
Tell me what you do when a patient comes in.
Basically, a first office call with me is about an hour long. Many patients come in with chronic concerns that are not being adequately treated, they feel, by conventional medical doctors, or they're not happy with the care they're receiving, or they're looking for something a little bit different. They don't want to swallow more pills or something of that sort. They come in, we do a full evaluation. I might order lab work, I might order records, and then I take all that information and put together a plan that typically involves dietary change, lifestyle therapies, maybe herbs, maybe I write a prescription for something if I feel that that's really necessary. But a lot of the work that we do involves a lot of very detailed analysis to really provide personalized treatment for the patient.
So you don't put them on a pyre, you don't do sage and dance around them?
I don't. I can't speak for anyone else. I don't think so.
We do laboratory testing, physical exams. And
state your name again.
Dr. Sally Lamont in Marin County. I'm in Mill Valley. But we do.
And you have a large practice?
I actually was the one who led the legislative campaign to license naturopathic doctors. I've just restarted a practice, and it's growing very rapidly with a partner there who started his practice a couple of years ago, and it's growing rapidly. It's growing rapidly because we're providing the kind of patient-centered care people need and want. We do physical exams, order lab work, we explain things to patients, we put them on detailed treatment programs that really can prevent chronic degenerative diseases from occurring.
You do diet and you do...
We work with nutrition, we work with botanical herbal medicines, we work with... I'm also licensed as an acupuncturist, so I bring that to my practice as well.
Okay.
Dr. Heidi Hook.
You could just leave them on and then, yeah.
Dr. Heidi Hook, I'm a naturopath in Auburn, California. I've been practicing for 14 years in California and was one of the doctors practicing without a license when we were... and having a license has made a huge difference in my practice. I had to bring in an associate. Our practice has doubled since then, and it's continuing to grow. The thing about, I think, that sets us apart is that we really strive for people to get to their optimal health, and to get that optimal health to be sustainable. That's the difference, and that's what saves everybody money, because people then stay out of disability, they get to work.
Okay. And you're not married to Captain Hook, are you?
No.
My name's Nancy Mitchell, and I'm a patient of a naturopath, and my daughter is also, and my husband occasionally, but he thinks they're kind of kooky, as some of you also do, I think.
No, I don't think we do.
Good.
I voted on making them because I was.
Well, he was concerned about
then.
He was concerned about the sage as well.
Sure, that's right.
It is amazing the difference in the quality of care. We still do use medical doctors for some things, and actually our naturopath refers us to a medical doctor for certain things. But my daughter, especially, I can say her life is extremely different because of the care she received through a naturopath. And we were not getting it from dermatologists. We were not getting it from her MD. Because, again, her doctor saw her as a complete body. And what she was showing up on skin, she knew was coming from her stomach. I mean, it was just her
more
life.
Holistic then, right?
Very.
Okay.
Very. And the depth of diagnostic tests are amazing. And we've never gotten those from any medical doctor.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that what we're really looking for is an administrative solution to our problem. I think everybody understands the process of what we do and appreciates what we do, and we're looking for the simplest, most straightforward solution to the problem. And retaining our licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, question?
I'm sorry, this is a little off subject, but I think it does impact the growth of the number of doctors of naturopathy that there are. What is medical insurance, HMOs, PPOs? Are your services covered under many of those, or not at all? Or is this independent pay? How does that work?
It's private pay for the most
mostly
part.
private pay. There are a couple of insurance companies that are starting to cover us through PPOs, and we are working on that. That is something that we hope to change in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just one quick.
Yes.
I wanted to clarify in the scope of practice the ability to write prescriptions. What to prescriptions to what? To what
Yes,
degree?
we can prescribe, and it is co-management with a medical doctor.
Okay.
That was in the original licensing bill that we would have that ability once we have completed I think we have 60 hours of continuing ed every 2 years with 30 in pharmacy. And so go ahead.
Why don't you start? What does a naturopathic doctor, how is their training? How do you do your training? Tell me what you do your training.
So it's a 4-year full-time medical school. We do the same kind of basic studies as a medical doctor or DO. It's gross lab, anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. But instead of focusing primarily on surgery and pharmaceuticals, we're trained in a wide variety of alternative healthcare approaches. We can write prescriptions. We do have the ability to prescribe certain substances, mostly hormones. Independently, we have DEA licenses, but much of our prescriptive rights are through sort of a monitored program. Connections with an MD or a DO.
Just so I understand that, when you say through a connection, how does that work?
So there's a process by which you have a written agreement with an MD or a DO who can is a supervising practitioner, so they don't need to be in the same space. They don't and they don't even need.
You write the actual prescription.
Write the actual prescription.
With your license.
With my license number, my DEA number.
And that can include a controlled substance. It can
not controlled substances.
Anything short of that.
Yeah, anything short of that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And at the time that our bill was signed into law, there was supposed to be a 2-year time period during which the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine would convene a prescribing committee with medical doctors on it to review our training, testing, and safety record in prescribing, and then report back to the legislature about whether we ought to have autonomous prescribing. And that committee suggested and promoted autonomous prescribing. We were hoping to come back to the legislature this year with a scope of practice expansion bill, but instead we're doing this.
Can you prescribe an MRI or an X-ray?
We can order an MRI, yes.
Okay.
Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. My recommendation was going to be that to eliminate the Bureau and move the oversight responsibilities to the Osteopathic Medical Board and to create a 9-member committee, but it doesn't appear that the will of this committee is such. So does anybody have an alternative?
I'm okay with I'm okay. I'm okay with
Yes.
Madam Chair, I know we've had testimony on both sides of this, but I also understand, and I hope I don't have this wrong, that the naturopaths are accepting to the moving the board under the osteopaths. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. That's correct? Yeah. That's correct. Okay. That's correct. So they're okay.
So I'll make that motion.
Okay, so I'll make the motion, and that's the motion.
I'll second it.
We don't have to second. Okay, so call for the vote.
Negrete McLeod?
Aye.
Negrete McLeod, aye. Wyland?
No.
Wyland, no. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa?
Aye.
Correa, aye. Flores? Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. 5-1.
5-1. We are leaving this roll open for the members that are, whoever the members are. Okay? All right, so We'll go to the third issue. Should the Telephone Medical Advice Services Bureau be eliminated? Or they want to be elected, whichever. So we will have the Telephone Medical Advice Services Bureau representative, professional groups, and anybody else. Okay. Let's go ahead and move. Okay.
The telephone mirror.
Name again. You know we got to do that.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The Telephone Medical Advice Services Bureau registers California-based telephone medical advice services providers, but has no enforcement or discipline capability. So far, the complaints that the Bureau has received to date have been what would be considered non-jurisdictional, and no formal enforcement proceeding has ever been initiated. Complaints received by the Bureau are typically forwarded to the appropriate licensing entity. If the Bureau is eliminated, consumers will simply file directly with that licensing agency. Similar to the previous issue, there is no successor fund identified for the current special fund that supports this Bureau. Therefore, the funds would transfer to the general fund, and we're looking at something in the neighborhood of $450,000 that would go to the general fund.
Okay.
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs for the Telephone Medical Advice Services Bureau. I just want to say I think we would agree with the comments in the committee's analysis today, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. Is there anybody here from the anybody here to testify on the Telephone Medical Advice Bureau? I mean, on this issue? Senator Corbett, you had some questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have concerns with eliminating this Bureau, and I'll tell you why. In fact, I would urge the members of this committee to strongly reject eliminating the Bureau, and I will be offering a substitute motion. In 2003, I did carry legislation to create regulation and oversight of telephonic advice lines, and that was a result of some unfortunate circumstances, and in fact, in one case, a death of an individual who had not received appropriate advice from an advice line. In fact, the advice lines at that time sometimes were personed by individuals with no medical training whatsoever. So this legislation was created in order to ensure that those that answered the line did have appropriate medical training, and that there was no confusion by those calling the medical advice lines that, in fact, they were either speaking to a medical professional, so they should rely on that advice, or they, in fact, were speaking to a clerical who perhaps was setting up an appointment. And I could, of course, speak volumes about this particular issue. There, in fact, was a very severe fine levied by the Department of Managed Care. I believe it was either $1 million or maybe even more as a result of this death, and it was levied against a major HMO here in the state of California. I've looked at the information that was received, and I'm so very sorry I didn't have an opportunity to speak to you about it until just shortly before the beginning of the hearing. And I'm concerned that perhaps what this information indicates, that is, and in fact there should be additional oversight. The fact that the board is referring issues out makes me question whether the regulations are actually enforced or workable, and I will tell you why I'm concerned about that. Again, after this legislation was passed, and it was supported by bipartisan members of this legislature, signed by the governor, it took 4 years for the regulations to be promulgated by the Department of Consumer Affairs. And so this information gives me pause to ask that perhaps we, instead of eliminating the board, do some additional oversight to see, in fact, these advice lines are being regulated as they should. I'm concerned that eliminating the Bureau altogether would not give proper attention within the Department of Managed Care. And in addition to that, there are no savings as a result of the elimination of this board. There is an elimination of a fee that is now paid by those that are regulated, and I would like to offer a substitute motion that we do not eliminate this board at this time, and not part of this motion, would request that at some point perhaps we even do some additional oversight into this issue. So that's my substitute motion.
Does anyone have any problem with Senator Corbett's motion?
Madam Chair,
question?
Yes. Oh, I thought you were gone.
I was, so I just wanted clarification. It sounded like a good motion, but I just want to clarify.
Thank you.
It was just to leave things the way they are?
That's correct.
Keep the Bureau. Yeah. And I just want to explain my earlier vote with the naturopaths was just to leave things the way they are. I think it's, I don't want to use the word insulting. It's absurd for us to be listening. We went through licensure, and we're talking about $165,000. So, anyway, I support this motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Question, if I may.
You may.
What?
Would you turn your microphone on, sir?
Scott here. This proposed move to eliminate this bureau would save how much?
How much would it
There's no savings at all. There's a one-time transfer of funds that are currently within the Bureau.
Finance, would you care to answer that?
I'm reading that from the report.
Yeah, but let's see if they have a different...
You would have a one-time increase to the general fund due to the transfer of the balance of the funds, and then you would have ongoing special fund savings of approximately $150,000 each year.
By eliminating that one position, but also on page 10, it states based on the, according to the DCA, the proposal will not generate any general fund savings, but will allow for the transfer of the funds.
Right, because it's special funded on an ongoing basis, it only has a one-time benefit to the general fund.
In fact, my opening statements were that all of these bureaus and boards are they're self-funded. They don't come out of the general fund.
And the current fee that is being assessed to allow for the regulation would be eliminated.
What is the opinion of the chair?
Well, Senator Corbett makes a compelling reason why we should not. So that was her motion. Okay.
Thank you.
So do we accept her motion? Okay. Take a vote.
McGrady-McLeod?
Aye.
McGrady-McLeod, aye. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa? Flores?
Aye.
Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye.
Correa, aye.
Correa, aye.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
That's 6-0.
Okay. Thank you. The fourth issue, should the Board of Geologists and Geophysicists be consolidated with the State Mining and Geology Board? Now, could I have that group come up, please? Okay. Yeah. Finance, would you go ahead?
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. This proposal would provide for efficiencies and economies of scale by establishing a one-stop shop for public, local jurisdictions, and practicing professionals related to information on geology and mining reclamation issues, geologic and geophysical practitioners, and licensing and registration requirement, rather than having to go to separate organizations within the state. There is modest special fund savings associated with this proposal related to executive oversight, so one position, $107,000, as well as some board member per diem and travel that would be eliminated.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rick Rempel. I'm the executive officer for the Board for Geologists and Geophysicists. Just like to point out that we're very much in favor of increased efficiencies in government, and I've spent a number of years working on providing those sorts of efficiencies in the Department of Consumer Affairs with our board. I would point out that the geologists and geophysicists in California, particularly over the last 20 years, have expanded their role in public protection in California into the areas of groundwater contamination cleanup, brownfields redevelopment, water supply, conjunctive use, a number of areas where geologists not only serve the consumer, but they also serve the communities. And the licensure is a mechanism of accountability for the people of the state to know that their water supplies are being protected, that cleanups are being performed at state monies, such as the underground tank cleanup fund at the State Water Board, are spent wisely on reasonable and necessary cleanups. So I would just point out that we, with our current setup, have been very successful in protecting the public, which is our paramount priority, which is public protection. And when other interests sought to be promoted are inconsistent with that, the Board for Geologists and Geophysicists will always hold public protection as paramount.
Now, do you agree with the recommendation that we consolidate the Board of Geologists, Geophysicists with the State Mining and Geology Board? Is that something that you are in accord with? If we are called on to do that, we will work very hard to try to make sure that the public protection that we currently afford is continued, and that the efficiencies that we have currently, given the pro rata, we have a very small pro rata. At DCA, Department of Consumer Affairs, we're a small board compared to some of the larger ones. We pay about 0.02% of our pro rata covers a bunch of the overhead that we require, such as contracting, exam support, Division of Investigation sworn officers for doing investigative work. We work with the unlicensed activities program. And we have budget analysts, we have HR analysts, and things that I believe that we're effectively and efficiently using at present. And we are a special funded, as you know, a board that is completely funded by the licensee population in California. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Marnie Weber, Legislative Director for the Department of Conservation. The State Mining and Geology Board within the Department of Conservation, along with the Office of Mine Reclamation and the California Geologic Survey, have a long tradition of protecting life and property from natural hazards and ensuring the state's resources and environment are maintained for future generations. The State Mining and Geology Board is responsible for auditing and enforcement to ensure compliance with the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act. To the move of the Board of Geologists and Geophysicists would achieve efficiencies and consolidate geologic programs, much like the efficiencies achieved with the Board of Forestry within the Department of Fire and Forestry Protection.
Okay. Questions? Senator Weiland?
And what are the projected savings?
The savings would be special fund, and they would be approximately $277,000, and then 3 positions as well as 7 board member positions.
On an ongoing...
On an annual basis. That savings level will really be highly dependent on the timing of the transaction, depending on whether it's a mid-year adjustment. But once it's fully transitioned, that would be your annual ongoing savings.
And you mentioned, can you tell me again the personnel savings? You said...
3 positions and 7 board member positions.
Well, okay.
So,
the board member positions gets to the only point I would make, and I'm concerned with all of these. I'm not a scientist, but it seems to me that a geophysicist is very different from a miner. And mining is, these are different. So if you're going to eliminate board members, how can you then effectively do the oversight? I can understand absolutely consolidation of personnel within the department, administrative personnel and all of that. What I don't understand in all of these presentations where you combine people with different, it takes different expertise, just like with a real estate. A real estate appraiser is very, very different from someone who goes out and sells real estate. So this is the part that leaves me perplexed, and I'm even more perplexed for a couple $100,000. I mean, right now, we have a conference committee talking about billions, and I'm perplexed. I don't understand this, but maybe you could help me.
Senator, the Department of Conservation has the Division of Oil and Gas and Geothermal Resources, Office of Mine Reclamation, and the California Geological Survey. It also has on staff the state geologists. So we do employ a lot of geologists within the department.
So the current executive director of the other board, do you feel that the members of this other board have the expertise to replace what your board is doing?
Well, it's my understanding that the Mining and Geology Board has 9 members that are specifically called out in the statutes to be familiar in some part of the surface mining and reclamation industry or oversight of reclamation, cities, local. The Board for Geologists and Geophysicists has a licensed professional geologist with petroleum experience. It has a geophysicist, licensed professional geophysicist. It has a certified engineering geologist member, and it has 4 public members, which is consistent with its public protection, consumer protection role.
Thank you.
Most of the proposals have accompanying trailer bill that tries to blend the functions and the kind of input from the board members. So it's not just a complete elimination of the board members or of that expertise within the profession. It's been blended together so that there aren't as many, say, public members, and ensuring that all of the expertise along those overseen functions is continued. So they're not just eliminated and no replacement body.
I understand, and I think we all support more efficient government. But within the matter of this very, very brief contracted period, I just don't feel that it's enough time to really make sure that we are gaining in terms of expertise what is being proposed. And it seems to me, instead of blowing up boxes, we're rearranging a couple of deck chairs. And so that's my concern, and that would explain why I just don't support this, even though it may be a good idea. We need to be concerned about the ship that's heading right towards the iceberg. So, thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that's opposed to this at all or wishes to speak? Come on down. Then you stay.
Senators, members, Pat Moran with Aaron Reed and Associates representing PEG. We too are a bit perplexed, Senator Weiland. We feel the merging of these two entities is inappropriate and doesn't serve the public interest. The work performed by BGG is focused on protecting the public by ensuring that high professional standards are maintained by requiring licensing to demonstrate competence and enforcing against improper unlicensed work. This is completely different from the mission of the SMGB, which focuses on management of California's mining resources and regulation of the industry as opposed to individual professionals. And for those reasons, that's why we're opposed to this, and we urge a no vote. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hugh Robertson. I'm here on behalf of the Southern California section of the Association of Engineering Geologists. And our group has been very active during the efforts over the last 15 years looking at our board and other boards, trying to make them more efficient and address their goal of protecting health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. We are opposed to this merger as we feel that it does not meet those goals, that the safety and welfare of the citizens will be diminished by the change in the makeup of the board. Right now, our board is really driven by the public members. They're there looking out for the citizens that use the services of geologists. And contrary to popular opinion, there are a lot of people out there that may use a geologist once in their lifetime. They see it very important that this person is regulated, that there's efforts to handle enforcement, disciplinary actions, and establishing a minimum level of competence and expertise. So we don't think that this merger will really serve the goal of the board, help the citizens, and we are opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Nessel. I'm Vice President of the California Council of Geoscience Organizations, and we're opposed to this proposal as well. There are a couple of points I'd like to touch on. One is that there's an inherent conflict of interest in merging these two boards. The State Mining and Geology Board regulates mining, and in that process, they review consultant geology reports, and sometimes if they're substandard, they'll refer them to the licensing board with a complaint for action. If these two boards merge, then you've got one board that's acting essentially as judge, jury, and executioner. They're referring a complaint to themselves and then judging that complaint on its merits. So that's a conflict of interest. They have completely different missions and regulatory frameworks. The licensing board is a consumer protection board representing the people. The State Mining and Geology Board represents the state's interest in the mining industry. The licensing board is required by statute to have a majority of public members on the board. The State Mining Geology Board is not set up that way. So each board member, each professional board member on both boards is a specialist in their area. And so you can't eliminate any of those board positions without losing functionality of a combined board. If you then also need to maintain a majority of public members, you end up with a total of 23 board members, which you would need to increase the combined board by in order to maintain that functionality. The workloads are very different. The licensing board meets 4 times a year. The State Mining and Geology Board meets 11 or more times a year. If you've
Why?
now,
Why? Why do you?
They have
why do you
a
need so
lot
much?
of mine cases. Each meeting is essentially a full day. So if you combine the needs of both boards, you've now increased the board meeting dates by double. You need now 2 days for each meeting. You've now got more people that have to meet 12 times a year now instead of just 4. So there are many, many cost increases associated with this proposal. I don't see that it saves any money whatsoever, and in fact, I see that it increased costs quite a bit. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Eric Chase. I'm here representing the Association of Engineering and Environmental Geologists in Northern California, both San Francisco section and the Sacramento section. Been practicing as a geologist in California for 35 years. Been licensed by this board for almost 30 years now. Just to reflect some of Senator Weiland's comments, this board is a self-funded board. It requires no taxpayer money to run it. And as Mr. Nessel has pointed out, I see increased costs to the taxpayer resulting from this action. So we oppose it. There are no duplicative functionalities between the two boards. There are no shared synergies. And a board that spends no money can't possibly be advertised as a savings to the taxpayer when you talk about having to change it, transition it administratively, probably redo its funding sources, and so on. So on that basis, we're opposed to the proposition.
Okay. All right. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this subject? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The recommendation is to consolidate the Board of Geologists and Geophysics with the State Mining and Geology Board. What is the wish of this committee? Okay. Are you all in agreement? Okay. Call for the vote.
Grady McLeod?
Aye.
Grady McLeod, aye. Weiland?
No.
Weiland, no. Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
Aye.
Correa, aye. Flores? Aye. Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee. Yee, aye.
We have the fifth issue, which is should the Professional Fiduciary Bureau be consolidated under the Board of Accounting? May I have that group come up, please?
Finance.
Finance and The department come up, please. Why are we humming? It's me. I'm a hummer. I'm a hummer. Okay. I'm a hummer. Okay.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The Professional Fiduciaries Bureau program was established in 2006 with licensure beginning in 2008. This program has been very slow to start up with only 261 individuals being licensed to date. That number may have moved somewhat. The functions of the professional fiduciary are similar in nature to that of an accountant as they oversee financial matters for an unrelated person. The Bureau has had limited resources, i.e. the licensing revenues, and it will make it very difficult for them to effectively regulate licensees and protect their clients. The Board of Accountancy has a well-established licensing program, including trained staff that can handle the management and misappropriation of consumer resources. Therefore, we recommend the transfer of this Bureau to the Board of Accountancy.
Okay.
Laura's going to go with the Department of Consumer Affairs on behalf of the Professional Fiduciaries Bureau. Just to note, their licensing number has updated a little bit since then. They have 346 licensees, which still is not an adequate number of licensees to sustain the licensing program.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair and members. Patty Bowers. I'm the Executive Officer for the California Board of Accountancy, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today. I am testifying as a staff member of the Board of Accountancy, I would just like to point out that the board itself has not had an opportunity to deliberate or take formal action on this proposal. The board will, however, be discussing the consolidation proposal at its meeting in July. We at the board are fully aware of the dire fiscal situation that California is facing at this time, and that the legislature and the governor are being required to make some unprecedented decisions. It is being proposed that the consolidation of the Bureau on Professional Fiduciaries with the California Board of Accountancy be made. While we stand ready to do whatever the legislature and the governor direct, we believe there are several questions that would need to be answered in the area of budget, staffing, and enforcement for this consolidation to be successful. Although the detailed questions are for deliberation perhaps at a later time, I want to highlight one area of particular concern. Currently, the board's investigations are conducted by investigative certified public accountants, a job classification that is unique to the board due to the complex and technical nature of the board's investigations. The board's enforcement division presently has 7 licensed individuals on staff to assist in regulating a population of 80,000 licensed individuals and firms. The board's enforcement division is currently understaffed due to recruitment problems, and the board will be losing most of its enforcement staff in the months that follow due to imminent retirements. Should this consolidation occur, successfully resolving the board's enforcement staffing situation will be critical for the California Board of Accountancy to effectively assume additional enforcement activities. Should the legislature choose to proceed with the consolidation proposal, the board anticipates working with all parties to ensure that the high level of consumer protection is maintained throughout the implementation and beyond. And I would be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
No questions? Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this subject?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bruce Allen with the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And we're coming up today. You did receive a letter from us. We don't believe this is a good idea for a number of reasons that have already been stated, one in particular being the enforcement side. We believe that CPAs, when they do act as executors of wills or as trustees, perform a very important public function. And I think that they do work with courts and with fiduciaries when it's necessary. But to combine these two, just because the term fiduciary exists and because fiduciaries do some level of financial assistance, and I think in many instances with the assistance of CPAs, would be a bad idea. As Ms. Bowers stated, one of the things that we're fighting for the Board of Accountancy is to strengthen their enforcement staff, not only with more personnel, but with whatever additional financing is needed. And we'd hate to see that effort diluted. We'd hate to see the board's focus misdirected. And we think it would be counter to the public interest to have this board try and focus on two different separate licensing groups at the same time. So for those reasons, we don't think that this is a good idea. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members, Jackie Miller. I'm Executive Director of the Professional Fiduciary Association of California. You also received a letter from us outlining our concerns. PFAC, the acronym for the Professional Association, supports an independent bureau to license professional fiduciaries. I would like to point out that the Bureau is in its infancy. It only began licensing less than 1 year ago in July of 2008. The numbers are small because during the legislative process, there were a number of exemptions that were allowed. CPAs and attorneys who are licensed can practice the field of fiduciary without a fiduciary license. And so the profession is also a relatively new one. California's population continues to grow and age. It's estimated that there'll be 6.2 million Californians 65 and over in 2020, a 72% increase. And as that population continues to grow, there's going to be an increasing number of people who need the services of a fiduciary to manage their personal needs, their financial needs, to resist fraud, etc. So we feel that the profession will grow and will serve the needs of Californians very well. The legislature recognized this. In 2006, it passed SB 1550, the Professional Fiduciaries Act, by Senator Figueroa, and the governor signed the measure into law. We also have some concerns about being merged into the accounting board. We're concerned because just the number of licensees of that board, it's huge. The number of licensees currently licensed by the Bureau is about 350, and most of those are PFAC members, by the way. But we would urge this body to carefully consider our concerns in making this decision. If there is a decision to consolidate, we would certainly recommend that there be safeguards to ensure the effectiveness of the operation of the licensing process, such as an advisory committee, adding a professional fiduciary position to the Board of Accountancy, and those types of oversight functions that would help retain the profession itself and its separate license.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any questions from any of the members? The recommendation of the committee is not to consolidate the Professional Fiduciary Bureau with the Board of Accountancy. The Professional Fiduciary should continue to be licensed and regulated by a bureau under the Department of Consumer Affairs. Yes?
Madam Chair, quick question. What would the savings be from this consolidation?
I don't think we have that down.
Here she is, right here.
Oh, there she is.
What would the savings be from this consolidation?
The savings are minimal in this area. It's $116,000 in special funds as well as one position. But this is a very small entity. It only has 2 positions today and a small budget of about
How many
less than $400,000.
professional fiduciaries licensed right now?
A little over 250. So less than 300. It's a small number.
Those are the ones that take care of people's, as we all are aging.
Senator, 346 as of the other day. As of last year,
346 has licenses.
This program has really struggled to support itself. It's required several loans from another special fund within the Department of Consumer Affairs, and there's about whether they're going to be able to repay those loans. This has been a real struggling program within the Department of Consumer Affairs and would really benefit from broader oversight under the Board of Accountancy, which has very similar functions.
However, they do different kinds of things. So,
Madam Chair,
yes,
my substitute motion would probably be, unless you haven't made a motion yet, to consolidate these with the proviso that I think for this committee moving forward, this is a very important issue of fiduciaries for our growing population, so to speak. I know from the County of Orange, this has been grand jury, I believe, just touched upon some ancillary issues similar to this. So I would just move that it be consolidated because it's such a small number right now. However, the issue is a big one, but I think it needs to be addressed in a bigger platform than just having a board or a bureau.
Okay, is that your, yes?
Just a comment before we vote on the motion to explain why I support the chair's or the staff's original motion. I agree with Senator Correa that this is a big and important issue.
Huge issue.
It's a huge issue. It actually, considering the potential fraud, the potential abuse
right
and misuse, I couldn't agree more. I just think that this entire process that we're going through is simply not well considered. We've already heard that the accountants themselves are not ready to do this. It's a separate issue. To me, it just seems like something to be considered at a different time when we look at all of these boards in more detail. But I appreciate the point about the problem. I think it's very real.
What was the problem in your district?
Just oversight.
People just taking advantage of seniors? Or
The whole process is just not adequate to address the issue.
Where's the lady from the fiduciary board? The lady from the fiduciary board, did she leave?
Yeah, she's here.
No, the other lady.
Oh, from the association?
Yeah. Yes.
Jackie Miller.
Miss Miller. Yes. Ms. Miller, how do you respond to Senator Correa's issue that oversight there is not there?
Well, I would not agree, at least from the point or the perspective of the Professional Fiduciary Association of California. They adhere to a code of ethics. There is a lengthy application process. There are certainly areas where fraud and abuse can certainly occur, and that's what we're very concerned about. That's why this organization sponsored over a 10-year period on several occasions the licensure of this profession. There are different aspects of fraud and abuse. Unfortunately, from what we have learned over the years, the majority of fraud and abuse is by family members, and that's the sad situation that exists here. And they're not, of course, family members aren't, required to be licensed. But this is going to become a bigger and bigger issue as this entire country ages.
To the chair.
Didn't we pass some legislation when I was chair of BMP in the Assembly on this issue?
Well, Senator Figueroa sponsored the legislation in 2006, and
so we heard it.
Yeah, so you did hear it.
I think she just made my argument. That's exactly the point, which is you've got to think at a bigger perspective. If in fact the majority is by friends and family, then the fact that you're addressing it in this way tells me the whole majority of the fraud and abuse of elderly is not being addressed. You made my argument for me. So I'm not saying that you're not doing your job. I'm just saying that we have to step back in the future, very near future, and address this issue in a different way that truly goes after the heart of this issue. And it's not an easy one, but
I'll get you right now. Didn't I ask staff that if family members, if they did not have to be licensed. That was correct. Yeah.
That's correct.
So that's the problem.
Well, yeah, she made the argument again that there's a lot of stuff going on that's not even addressed by the existing regulatory scheme.
Is it possible to be appointed by a court in a fiduciary capacity without having a license?
No, it is illegal to do that, and that's one of the protections that people who are going to a conservative, you have to be licensed for a judge to turn a case over for conservatorship.
Do you mean to tell me in the state of California right now, with a number of conservatorships and other sorts of fiduciary capacities, that they aren't?
Well, attorneys don't have to be licensed. Attorneys can handle this type of work. CPAs can handle this type of work. But I can tell you that we've had courts contact us all over the state to say, do you have some licensed fiduciaries who can handle some of these cases for us?
Well, I suspect that courts are actually giving these assignments to those who have, simply because of the size of the state, who may not, in fact, be members, which could be part of the problem. I think the other thing that Senator Correa pointed out with family members is true. I guess the reason I think I'd leave it alone right now is this is part of a lot bigger problem. I know Senator Wolk has done some stuff on trying to prevent abuse by family members and other individuals who become very close to the elderly when family members are not present. And I've seen this happen. They develop the person becomes very dependent. But that's really outside the whole issue of a court-appointed fiduciary, and that's why I'd rather see that addressed separately.
And Senator Weiland, if I might, the Professional Fiduciary Association of California has sponsored education programs through the court that trains family members to take on some of these functions so that they're not just kind of going about it in the dark.
Ms. Zuniga, I have to ask, the Bureau, you said, has only $386,000 in their budget. However, is the Bureau obliged to go after people that do bad stuff?
The Bureau has authority to take enforcement action against someone who's violating the Practice Act, either someone who's licensed or unlicensed.
Okay. The recommendation is to not consolidate, but I think that maybe you need to do some legislation on the other issue. And I'll support you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
To not consolidate the Professional Fiduciary Bureau with the Board of Accountancy. The Professional Fiduciary should continue, that is such a weird word, should continue to be licensed and regulated by a Bureau under the Department of Consumer Affairs. Call for the vote.
Negretti McLeod?
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Weiland? Aye. Weiland, aye. Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
No.
Correa, no. Flores? Aye. Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee.
3-1. That is on call. All right. Item 6, should the Board of Behavioral Sciences, the Board of Psychology, the duties of the Board of Vocational Nurses and Psychiatric Techs to oversee psychiatric techs be consolidated into a new Board of Mental Health? Okay, so we could have these people come up, please. Finance, go ahead.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The proposed consolidation before you would again provide efficiencies, economies of scale, and establish a single entity to oversee the mental health related professionals for licensing purposes. This would provide for more consistent regulations and procedures for these interrelated professions. Currently, the psychiatric technicians is a small program within the Board of Voc Nurse and Psychiatric Technicians with only 11 positions. The Board of Psychology has 14.5 positions, and the Board of Behavioral Sciences has 41 positions. So by consolidating these efforts, we could eliminate 6 positions and result in special fund savings of $642,000, and we would also reduce the number of board members receiving per diem and travel by 9.
Okay, go ahead.
Senator, my name is John Vertito. I'm President, Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians. We stand on our record of serving the people of California and will faithfully execute the orders from the governor should he decide to move forward and you approve this position.
Okay. Others?
Mary Remersma, I'm with the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists, and I'm here to speak to the proposal. We did send a letter, and we would express our strong opposition. Currently, the Board of Behavioral Sciences regulates 3 distinct professions, but they are at least similar and somewhat like professions. There's the possibility that they may regulate a 4th similar profession. And the regulating those 4 professions or 3 professions as it is currently shows kind of a logical and effective use of resources. The vocational nurses and the psych techs are very different professions. They function more like nursing. The Board of Behavioral Sciences currently regulates mental health professions. As we see it currently, the BBS it very effectively and efficiently regulates the people, the 64,000 people, entities that they regulate. They very diligently assure that the public is protected, as well at the same time that licensees and registrants are treated fairly. They're knowledgeable about the professions that they do regulate. These are very complicated licensing laws that the professions work under, and to be able to communicate effectively with the public as well as the professions themselves and understand the complexity of these laws is very, very critical. And to bring in totally unrelated disciplines into a Board of Mental Health would not seem to make good sense. Essentially trying to kind of blow up the system as it currently exists and reorganize it into a new framework would somewhat cast the regulatory body into a state of chaos and somewhat into a state of immaturity, and would seem to cost more money than it would actually save. So for all of these reasons, we would encourage that the board be kept as it is, currently regulating the 3 professions, and if the new profession comes into existence, that the board regulate that profession in addition to, but be left to the professions it's currently overseeing.
Madam Chair, members, Amanda Levy on behalf of the California Psychological Association, representing the psychologists in the state of California, opposed. I'm not going to give lengthy testimony. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jacqueline Horn, CPA member and former member of the California Board of Psychology.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Senator Negretti McLeod.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Jacqueline Horn.
Okay.
Senator Negretti McLeod and committee members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today on this very important issue. Again, my name is Dr. Jacqueline Horn. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I'm a former board member of the Board of Psychology and was the president of the Board of Psychology for 3 years. I was on the board for all the governor's previous proposals to merge or eliminate the Board of Psychology. I'm also a clinical practitioner and on the faculty, psychology faculty at the University of California in Davis. I'm here to speak against the proposed consolidation of the Board of Psychology with 2 other boards into this omnibus mental health board. This merger, to really speak to your issues, would significantly undermine the protection of consumers of psychological services, would not achieve any significant cost savings, and would add to the confusion that already exists in the public and even respectfully in the governor's office regarding the differences between these professions. Unfortunately, there are many ways this proposal will undermine the protection of consumers, and as I answer your questions, I think this will become evident. You ask, would this provide budgetary savings? You've heard already, and you know already that no, this won't provide any budgetary savings. The Board of Psychology is completely funded by the licensing and registration fees of over 18,000 psychologists and registered psychologists. It gets no money from the general fund whatsoever. It maintains a required prudent reserve and has even lent several $million to the state. The board runs very efficiently, and the staff that it maintains allows for it to do so. The board has very rapid response to requests, timely processing of consumer complaints, and efficient evaluation and processing of all the applications for licensure or registration. Psychology, like medicine, is a very diverse field. Psychologists are business and political consultants. They work in forensic arenas. They conduct neuropsychological evaluations. They are professors. They're researchers. They're not just mental health practitioners. Due to this diversity, the staff must be trained to properly evaluate all the board business. And this is a full-time job for the current staff. A reduction in staff, one of the two areas for cost savings, and I put that in quotes, would decrease efficiency in enforcement, in licensing, and in responsiveness to consumers. So will it improve efficiencies or services? Absolutely not. The board staff is lean. Staff coordinators are highly trained in the areas they oversee, and as a result, there's currently no inefficiency or backlog whatsoever at the Board of Psychology. Okay. You've asked, will the proposal enable the state to maintain its ability to properly regulate in a specific area? And this is where I really want to highlight. This is absolutely no. This proposal puts the proper regulation of the practice of psychology at substantial risk. Psychology is a doctoral level profession. Psychologists have greater professional responsibilities and independence by law than do any of the other professions included in this proposed merger. Psychologists have a separate code of ethics that guides the entire profession, not just mental health practitioners. And this proposal would create a new bureaucracy for no reason that we can tell. The board runs efficiently. This proposal will reduce staff that's needed to maintain such efficiency and would change the composition of the board, making it much more difficult to stay abreast of changes in the field that require regulation to protect consumers, and therefore much more difficult to ensure competent psychological practice. It makes no sense for a board of mental health to regulate the practice of psychologists whose areas of practice have nothing whatsoever to do with mental health. Just as it makes no sense that decisions affecting the practice of psychology be made by individuals whose levels of training and responsibility do not qualify them to make those decisions for a doctoral level profession. So we don't believe this is a cost-saving measure. We believe that consumer protection actually will be lessened by this proposal and would be definitely compromised. I really thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
She kind of put all the stuff out there, so okay.
Paul Riches on behalf of the Board of Behavioral Sciences, here at the committee's request to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I'm Ken Murch. I'm representing the California Association of Psych-Techs. Our organization represents the employees that work for the state of California in the hospitals, developmental centers, and prisons. We're opposed to the abolishment of the BVNPT. And the reason is very clear. The current structure makes the most sense for psychiatric technicians and for California in general. Psychiatric technicians and LVNs share the same nursing training. Our state license level is basically parallel, allowing for most streamlined and efficient operations possible through the BVNPT. By this proposal, the board would, this proposal, by putting the psych-techs in with this Board of Mental Health, is not very efficient. the proposed board would be unable to provide adequate regulations without replicating that which is already in place. The administration has proposed the Board of Mental Health. PsychTechs would be combined with hundreds and thousands of other professionals, while sharing the same background in mental health concerns. They don't have medical nursing training or oversight responsibility. Everyone that we've been told that we would be included with, really don't go on the lines and pass meds and do treatments. So what you'd end up doing, this new board would have to replicate what's already been done by the BVNPT. Nor would this proposed board, which focused strictly on mental health issues, be able to recognize and regulate the PsychTechs training and co-equal training and licensure as it applies to dealing with the developmentally disabled. In 2003, it was stated that the BVNPT was an efficient regulatory body, and it did a good job in policing the profession. Another concern we have right now is, would this new board be able to handle the disciplinary process that's involved, which the BVNPT has done a great job? Another point is, would there be overload? Because as we speak today, the BVNPT is in the middle of a major campaign to update fingerprinting for all licensees that were not licensed before 1998. Now, that's all the licensed PsychTechs, that's all the licensed LVNs. And that's a real big project. It's really to protect the consumers. Now, in order to address that issue, our organization supported the BVNPT raising the fees from $200 to $300 to offset that additional cost. We have always supported the board whenever they've had economic issues. We've reached in our own pocket to support them, to get them through. There's no efficiencies here. There's no cost savings. And if you look at the BVNPT and you look at their history, they've done a very good job. And in our LVNs and PsychTechs, their education is pretty parallel until they reach a certain point. The PsychTech will go the way of specializing in treating developmentally disabled and mental illness, while the LVNs go into more of the nursing and medical training. But up until that point, it's equal. In the state hospitals and developmental centers, those two professions are pretty interchangeable. So there's a lot of efficiencies. The psychiatric technician field is growing. And so there needs to be constant regulation. The board has done a good job. And if this committee here is to look at efficiencies, then look at the efficiencies of the BVNPT, look at the history, look at the way they're training, look at the way they're accrediting college, and look at the way they're enforcing laws to protect the consumers. And you'll find out that this is one of the most efficient boards. And it's not a small board. They have thousands of PsychTechs and thousands of LVNs. So when you compare it to other boards, they're very large. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Sue North, representing AFSCME Local 2620, which is comprised of 5,000 state employees, mostly licensed health professionals, including psychologists and clinical social workers that work in state institutions and departments. We too are opposed to this consolidation for many of the reasons that you've already heard stated. The confusion on the part of the administration as to who does what in the mental health field, our members live with every day. They are confused. We are not. And would simply suggest to you that if it's not broken, don't fix it. This is adding to confusion, and it would have the effect of spreading that confusion to the public and not adding anything to protection.
Thank you.
Terry McHale with Aaron Reed and Associates, representing the California Society for Clinical Social Work. You've been very generous in listening to the psych techs. We will just add we agree with them wholeheartedly and would ask that you not make the change.
Is there anybody here from the vocational nurses? Okay. Is there any? Somebody's coming.
John Vertillo, Senator. I'm a president of the Board of Vocational
Okay, you did say that in the beginning. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Can I just ask the Department of Finance, or can we ask questions now?
Sure.
Can I ask the Department of Finance, in the proposal that you have to create this board of mental health, why were not the psychiatrists sort of wrapped into that?
That wasn't considered when we put the proposal forward. The agency may be able to offer a little more insight. We kind of dealt with putting the numbers around the proposals, which largely came from the agency area.
Here comes somebody.
You want the agencies?
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs. Actually wasn't there when they drafted the proposal, but I think part of the reason was because psychiatrists are licensed as medical doctors, as physician surgeons, and didn't want to split up one licensing category and carve it out from the medical board.
Okay. Here's my take. I think that there's some value in kind of looking at the field of mental health. I mean, different individuals provide sort of different aspects to that particular field. I think the difficulty is that when you start wrapping everybody into it, and given the fact that the field is so diverse, it sometimes gets a little bit confusing. I think that the testimony was already presented that there are many licensed psychologists that are not in the mental health field, and so it doesn't make any sense. There are individuals who are LCSW that may not necessarily be in the mental health field. And so to kind of suggest that they are all, can in fact be licensed, under this particular board, may not necessarily make much sense, in that particular area. I think the other is that the field of mental health, as I indicated earlier, is so diverse between, the work of a psych tech versus a vocational nurse versus a licensed psychologist, that given that diversity, I think it's important to kind of maintain some sharp focus on individual practice of that particular field of mental health within those particular areas. And given that, it seems more appropriate that we maintain those particular board. I think probably when you look at the field of medicine, the second group is in fact those individuals that provide therapy, and that it is extremely important then to hone in the boards to regulate a specific aspect of that particular treatment, so that you can ensure safety with the patients, and then I think the adequacy of the individual providing that. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'd be reluctant to support that type of a consolidation.
Okay. Senator Correa, Senator Wyman.
What are the proposed savings from the administration's perspective on this action?
Related to this particular consolidation, the savings again are at the administrative level, so the examination, licensing, and regulatory functions don't change. We anticipate 6 positions can be eliminated, resulting in special fund savings of $642,000, as well as the elimination of 9 board members across the 3 entities. Again, when the composition of the new board is determined through the legislation, it would take into account all of the different professions that would be regulated within the Consolidated Mental Health Board.
Thank you. Senator Wyman.
I think both Senators Yee and Correa have essentially made the point I was going to make. I think the testimony from the member of AFSCME about being confused sort of explained it all.
Thank you. Okay. Hearing no more discussion on this issue, the recommendation is to not consolidate the boards of behavioral sciences, the psych techs, and the Board of Psychology into a newly created Board of Mental Health. The Board of Behavioral Science and the Board of Psychology should remain independent boards under the Department of Consumer Affairs. The regulation and licensing of psych techs should remain with the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians. That is the recommendation. Call for the vote.
McGrattan McLeod?
Aye.
McGrattan McLeod, aye. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
No.
Correa, no. Flores? Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee? Yee, aye.
4-1. But still, that remains open. Members, just so you know, it is now 3:30. So, I don't want to sleep here. Okay, we have the seventh issue. Should the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau be consolidated under the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology Bureau? Go ahead.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau regulates businesses that sell hearing aids to ensure that they're competent and provide proper medical equipment. The board licenses audiologists that conduct hearing evaluations, diagnosis, and testing. Approximately 50% of the Bureau's licensees are also licensed by the board. This proposal would provide a more efficient process for license renewal and oversight within a single department or board. The Bureau has only investigated one case since 2006 related to any issues or consumer complaints that have been raised. This would result in special fund savings of $76,000 and elimination of one position.
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs on behalf of the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau. Just wanted to note, we think this proposal in particular would provide benefit to consumers because we think there is some confusion having two licensing entities within the department that provide overlapping services, and we think it would benefit consumers by knowing they have one entity to go to.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Del Minayo. I'm the Executive Officer for the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology Board. The Board is prepared to work with the administration, key stakeholders, the legislature, and any other pertinent party on these consolidation efforts if it's ultimately the recommendation of the key decision makers to consolidate these two groups. There is a great deal of overlap, or duplication, I should say, in the oversight of hearing aid dispensers and audiologists. Over half the licensed audiologists are also duly licensed hearing aid dispensers regulated. They're regulated by two entities at this point in time. There are some efficiencies to be gained through consolidation. The sharing of experienced enforcement staff and best practices in mediating hearing health service complaints. There's an opportunity to carefully and inclusively deliberate cross-cutting practice issues between audiologists and hearing aid dispensers under one board governance structure where public participation and transparency is afforded through regularly quarterly board meetings. Under one consolidated agency, the public may elevate their concerns to one shop as opposed to the current bifurcated process of submitting complaints to two oversight agencies with a duly licensed practitioner. Concerns, complaints of unprofessional conduct, negligence, and fraud, etc. Regarding audiologists who also dispense hearing aids can be handled under one board, which should result in cost savings as it would result in one investigative process, one mediation process, and one administrative process if the case goes to any sort of disciplinary action. Since so many audiologists are also licensed as hearing aid dispensers, we understand the issues at hand, and we believe we can work with DCA on a seamless transition to one government oversight agency.
Thank you. I want to make sure, again, the name of the board that you are the executive director of?
Speech Language Pathology and Audiology Board. We're a semi-autonomous board that regulates speech pathologists and audiologists currently.
So you also regulate speech pathologists?
We do.
How many members of the board?
Of the board or of the profession?
You represent the board.
Right. There are 9 board members.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman and members, Barry Brokaw on behalf of the California Academy of Audiology. We're the professional society that represents the state's licensed audiologist. And we support this measure. And we support this measure because it actually gives you the ability to eliminate a state bureau where, as Anne-Marie said, over half the licensees are already regulated by the second bureau in addition to the first bureau. There's no other entity in the Department of Consumer Affairs where you have two licensees required of one practitioner. Two licenses required of one practitioner. This is the case here. And just briefly, audiologists are the healthcare professionals who investigate and evaluate and test and assess patients with hearing disabilities. They also fit hearing aids on patients, and all within the scope of their existing practice. So they can already fit hearing aids on folks. But if they sell the hearing aid, that triggers the second license, and they have to be licensed as a dispenser. So what we have as a profession, as Anne-Marie said, where you have over half the folks who sell, and they also do their evaluation of hearing disabilities, and they have to have the two licenses. We think this merger can be accomplished with no reduction in consumer protection and with a regulator who can readily absorb the additional licensees and a regulator who has a full knowledge of the hearing aid dispenser issues. We think this makes sense, and for those reasons we support it. We've been calling for elimination of this duplication for many, many years.
Thank you. Those in opposition?
No, support still.
Support.
Actually, hello. I'm Jody Winselberg. I'm a doctor of audiology, and I'm the director of pediatric audiology, speech-language pathology at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford University Medical Center. I've been licensed in the state of California for 25 years as a diagnostic audiologist, and under my scope of practice, I have had regulatory oversight from the Speech-Language Pathology and the Audiology Board in the evaluation of patients, the recommendation of appropriate rehabilitation, selection of hearing aids, fitting of hearing aids, and prescription of hearing aids. 5 years after I got to California, I wanted to be able to offer my patients the ability to have a one-stop shop, and for me not to just write a prescription for amplification, have them go to a vendor, purchase it, and come back and have me fit it. At that point, I needed to get a second license in the state of California, which was a hearing aid dispenser's license, which I've held for 20 years. And so currently I have two regulatory oversight, one bureau, one board, controlling my same practice. And as Barry and Anne-Marie have said, I am licensed to fit hearing aids, but only because I want to sell them as well do I need a second license under the DCA Bureau. I'm here for support of the merger. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others in support? In opposition?
Mr. Chairman and members, Tim Shannon, representing Hearing Healthcare Providers of California, and we are in opposition to this proposal. First of all, I'll state for the record, and this has been stated with regard to other mergers that are proposed, this will save absolutely no money in general fund. But moving past that, the issue is raised of dual licensing, and it's pointed out by Mr. Brokaw that they're the only profession that needs to get a second license when it wants to sell hearing aids. Well, I'm an attorney. If I wanted to sell real estate, I would have to get a broker's license. It's a different skill set. The reason they need the different license is because what they're doing when they sell and fit hearing aids is different than measuring hearing loss. That is a different skill set, and that is why for 40 years selling and fitting hearing aids has been regulated by a separate board, and it's worked well for 40 years. This is a situation, Mr. Chairman, where it ain't broke. You've asked this question of when other boards have come before you, isn't there a different expertise? Yes, there is a different expertise that's involved in regulating the selling and fitting of hearing aids. And so we don't believe this proposal is in the consumer's best interest, and I think you need to note that this bill, you have to connect the dots, is related, I think, very closely to another piece of legislation that is sponsored by the California Academy of Audiology and will soon be before this committee, which would allow audiologists to sell hearing aids without passing the practical examination that's currently required of them to get the license. We believe that is an inappropriate, that would lower consumer protections. The failure rate of audiologists is 30% over the last 14 examinations that have been given. We believe they need to take the test, and we believe that merging the two boards will make it more likely that this particular notion that they do not need to take the test will survive, which we think is not good. The other thing I wanted to mention, you asked the composition of the Board of Speech, Language, Pathology, and Audiology. Currently, interestingly enough, it has 3 speech pathologist members, 3 audiologist members, but only 3 public members. So the public members are outnumbered by the profession 2 to 1, which is not the case with the Hearing Aid Dispensing Bureau, where the advisory committee of the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau includes 3 members who are of the profession and 4 public members. We also believe that regulating over 12,000 licensees in speech pathology and audiology and not ever having devoted any of their expertise to the issues of selling and fitting hearing aids, that the issues of the hearing aid dispensers will be lost if this is merged. The hearing aid dispensing and selling is a distinct profession. You know, the other half of the folks that are regulated by HADB are not audiologists, and they are professionals. If this merger goes forward, what will be the voice of that profession on the board? That's not been made clear at all. So we do urge you to reject this proposal. It doesn't save money. It is there is no duplication between what the 2 boards do, and there are no efficiencies to be gained. Thank you.
Thank you. Further testimony?
Mr. Chair, Gary Cooper, representing Hearing Healthcare Providers of California also. As many of you know, I was involved in this issue about 11 years ago, the last time this issue was before this committee dealing with a merger. And our concern then is the same as it is right now, that you've got 2 separate different professions, whether it's audiology and hearing aid dispensers or audiology and speech pathologists. The concern is that these are 2 and 3 separate, different, specific professions. Our concern then was that if you do merge these boards, then the hearing aid dispensers, the mom and pops that have basically been doing this for years, taking care of the people in their communities, will now be under the thumb of hearing aid or audiologists or speech pathologists, and the policy will be directed specifically towards that direction. As Mr. Shannon correctly identified, there is a bill right now dealing with licensing of audiologists. Our concern is the same as it was 11 years ago, that we want to make sure that someone, the state of California, correctly makes sure that the proficiency is there by the people dispensing hearing aids, whether it's an audiologist, whether it's an MD, whether it's a classical hearing aid dispenser. So for that reason, in addition to what Mr. Shannon already stated, we are opposed to a merger of this board. Should there be a merger of this board, our concern also is what the representation would be, because you're dealing with 2 factions that think very similarly to the one faction that thinks differently. Neither side are wrong or right. It's just that it wouldn't be a fair representation. So for that reasons, we oppose the merger.
Thank you. Any further testimony in opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and vote on this issue with the recognition that most of our members are gone. The recommendation of the recommendation is to consolidate the 2 bureaus and that consideration would be given to changing the composition of the board to include hearing aid dispensers. Before we try to get a motion, it just seems to me that this illustrates the problem throughout everything that we've done. This is an issue that has lots and lots and lots of elements of it. We just learned today, for example, that the board that controls the audiologists also includes speech pathologists, so the composition, if they were to be combined, would be a huge issue, and I just don't think you can exercise good government without more information about that. So that's my sense of it. Even though in theory you might be able to create a board that would do that, I just don't think it's clear solely from the testimony today. And in this case, I don't think it's a matter of the money. It's clearly a matter of what's the best way to license these professions. Madam Chair, we've just considered the And I'll turn the gavel back to you. Yeah, we're awaiting a motion.
Okay. The motion is to consolidate the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau with the Speech, Language Pathology, and Audiology Board. Yes, it is. Consideration should be given to changing the composition of the board to include hearing aid dispensers. That's the motion.
Negretti McLeod?
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett? Correa? Flores? Oropeza? Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yea. Correa?
On the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau.
What's the motion?
The motion was to consolidate, but consideration should be given to changing the composition of the board to include hearing aid dispensers.
Correa, aye.
Okay. Number 8. How much?
3-0.
3-0. That's open. Left open for the other members. Should the nursing oversight functions of the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians be consolidated with the Board of Registered Nursing? Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, John Vertito, President, Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians. Again, we stand on a record of accomplishing our mission, which is to protect the people of California, and we stand ready to implement the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance, go ahead.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. Licensed vocational nurses represent the entry-level healthcare providers of basic nursing care. This would provide a more efficient continuum of care related to nursing education, licensure, practice, and discipline, and it will ensure consistent regulations and consumer protections. Again, this proposal results in some minor special fund savings. We estimate that it would result in savings of $619,000 and 5 positions, as well as the elimination of 11 board members. As part of the proposal, though, it does change the composition of the nursing board. And if I may backtrack just a quick moment, related to the proposal for hearing aid dispensers, the administration's proposal would reduce the current board composition for speech-language pathologists and audiologists, reducing the licensed audiologist by 1 and adding a licensed hearing aid dispenser member.
Go ahead.
I'm Ruth Ann Terry, the Executive Officer for the Board of Registered Nursing, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Madam Chair, members, Stephanie Roberson with the California Nurses Association in opposition to the governor's proposal on the consolidation. As your analysis points out, we've seen several iterations of this issue before you, whether it be sunset review, CPR, LAO, and even the governor's reorg plan, and those recommendations were to continue to have these boards operate independently. The consolidation of these two boards would create a mega licensing agency with close to 500,000 licensees, increasing the likelihood of unnecessary delays in licensing, as well as Madam Chair, delays in complaint investigation. As you said at the top of the hearing, ma'am, this consolidation will not save any money because these are special fund boards that operate off of fees. Also, your analysis points out that the potential for increase in workload can mean hiring more staff or greater inefficiency, so we would move that you hold on this proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tricia Hunter with the American Nurses Association, California. And though we in general support the concept of consolidation, with the support of both the licensed vocational nurses and registered nurses working out what I would view as a very elaborate and complex model, we do not believe it should be part of the budget. We do not believe it should be going through this process. It will be no cost savings. We, in fact, view that it would require more staff and a double board type view to make something like that happen, and this is not the way to do it. So we oppose this proposal.
Thank you.
Ken Murch with the California Association of Psychiatric Technicians. For reasons previously stated, we oppose this.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members, Brooks Allison on behalf of the United Nurses Association of California, part of ASME, for the reasons stated, we also oppose.
Is there anybody else? Questions from the members? Okay, the motion is do not consolidate the licensed vocational nurses with the Board of Registered Nurses, the licensed vocational nurses, and the Psychiatric Technicians Board and the Board of Registered Nurses should remain as independent boards under the Department of Consumer Affairs. Call for the vote.
Negretti McLeod?
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Wyland? Anastad? Corbett? Correa? Flores? Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee.
Okay. The next 2-0, it's being left open. The next one is the 9th issue. Should the Court Reporters Board be eliminated? I think Ms. Corbett had some concerns on this one. If you could get her down here. Okay.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The Court Reporters Board tests, licenses, and disciplines court reporters as well as ensures that schools that provide training in this field meet state curriculum standards. The profession of court reporting has internal checks and balances that do not require a state program. We do not propose the replacement of Court Reporters Board with equipment, although that has been considered as part of the Administrative Office of the Court's proposals. Judges presiding over cases provide general direction, guidelines for behavior, and acceptable work procedures. In addition, court reporters are employed by law offices that also have required checks and balances. The Judicial Council can adopt rules regarding the duties, obligations, and the market can set standards for education and training. This proposal could achieve savings if the legislation to enact the elimination of the board reverted the balance of the fund, which is currently $1.3 million, to transfer it to the general fund.
Thank you. Go ahead and start.
Madam Chairman, my name is Carlos Martinez. I'm the legislative representative for the California Court Reporters Association. I thank you for having us here today. The CRB was established in 1951 to oversee the court reporting profession and to ensure for the consumers, the attorneys, and the people in pro per litigants that the reporting profession would be a professional profession and would be overseen by a group of people who were able to make sure that the laws were followed and that the people would not be taken advantage of. The CRB is solely funded by licensing fees of the court reporters who are licensed through the state of California. Cutting the board wouldn't have any savings at all. As a matter of fact, it's been shown that there'd be an infinitesimal savings of $6,000, which isn't a real savings anyways, because the money comes from the licensing fees. It doesn't come from the general fund. The net result actually would be a $150,000 loss to in pro rata fees to administrative to the in shared administrative expenses to the other boards that the Court Reporters Board gives the money to. They collect it from the fees, and then they collect it from the licensing fees, and then the $150,000 is giving to other boards for administrative shared purposes. There'd be no savings in staff because the staff would be just doled out to other places. They wouldn't be let go at all. If you got rid of the CRB, the consumer protection would be gone, and it's been shown that there's a demand by the professionals who use court reporters, and they expect there to be some sort of oversight by of the court reporting profession, and that's what the CRB does. There's a question about putting this under the judiciary, and I don't think that would work, just due to the fact that the judiciary is not a consumer protection agency. They oversee the courts. They oversee 1,700 court reporters in the state, only in an employment basis. But the majority of any and all disciplinary actions that come to the CRB are about transcripts, and the judiciary would have no authority there, and they just refer any type of disciplinary complaints that they have to the California Court Reporters Board to take care of, because they have no oversight on the transcripts at all. rolling from the CRB. The CRB collects funds licensing fees, as I said, $100 for each applicant or per each licensee, and out of that they created the TRF, which is the Transcript Reimbursement Fund, which helps indigent litigants to buy transcripts for their use with the judicial process. It was established in 1981, and it is a fund that has $300,000 a year put into it out of the licensing fees. In the last 28 years, they've given out $6 million in fees to indigent litigants to help them with their judicial process, help them buy transcripts that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to get. If you take away the CRB, the TRF goes away. If the TRF goes away, then the indigent litigants would no longer be able to afford transcripts. There are some things we could do with that if we wanted to. I mean, we could actually expand what we do with the TRF. You could use it for, right now it's only for people who are represented by attorneys. You could expand that to people who can't even afford attorneys and they're just improper, which is people who are representing themselves. They could go ahead and use that fund also if we made that available to them. Also, we could make it a service-based fund where it's been shown that real time, which court reporters do, which is a live verbatim record on a computer screen, you could allow the TRF to pay for that resource also, so they could use that service for while they're doing their litigation, which would help speed up things and also helps them give them access to justice. The schools, the CRB is the only oversight committee for the schools. In 2008, the Bureau of Private and Post-Secondary Vocational Education was eliminated, and after that, the only thing that oversees the court reporting schools would be the CRB. If you get rid of that, there's no post-secondary educational oversight for the schools. After that, the schools are on their own. The sunset. Oh, let me go. You know what? Let me finish with this. I have one thing that came from the '96 Sunset Review. It's a quote that says, "There appears to be no viable alternative to the current regulatory program, which would provide the same degree of increased consumer protection." That came out in 1996 with the Sunset Review, and that is still just as pertinent today as it was then. There is no other oversight agency that will oversee the court reporters as well as the CRB does. If you put us under, if you eliminate it, there's nobody to oversee the court reporters, and it's a constitutional right for the people who are using our services. This is such an important. The oversight of court reporters is so important because what reporters do is capture a verbatim record of the legal proceedings that they're hired to take down. So if you get rid of the oversight, you would have nobody to complain to if you're receiving bad records or if your person is not doing what they're supposed to do. Okay. So I want to thank you for seeing us, and I appreciate you listening to my comments.
I see the next speakers have tons of paperwork before them. So unless you're going to say something different, just tell me you're against it or for it. Okay.
Yvonne Fenner, Executive Officer of the Court Reporters Board. I'm just here for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Fry, and I'm a staff attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. And so obviously have quite different interests than the rest of the folks at the table. We rely heavily on the Transcript Reimbursement Fund as a legal services organization. We provide free legal services to low-income families. And basically, it's not just the testimony transcript, it's also depositions. And as an attorney, the deposition is one of the most powerful tools that I have. And if we didn't have the transcript reimbursement fund to rely on, then it would make it very difficult for our clients to be able to afford to have that as a part of their weapon kit. And if the Court Reporters Board is eliminated, then we would no longer have that service.
Okay.
Stephanie Grossman, and I'm the legislative chair of the Deposition Reporters Association, and we represent freelance deposition reporters. I'll try not to repeat anything, but as your analysis makes clear, the committee and the Sunset Review Committee several times before have rejected efforts to eliminate the board and licensing of the deposition reporters. Nowhere has the importance of this profession been better explained than in the Sunset Review Committee's 2005 report, which said the following: an accurate written written record of who said what in court is essential if the outcome of a judicial proceeding is to be accepted by the litigants and the public as non-arbitrary, fair, and credible. In criminal cases, courts of appeal rely exclusively upon the written brief and a written transcript to adjudicate the lawfulness of what occurred at trial. In civil cases, millions of dollars, lifelong careers, the fate of whole business enterprises can hinge on what was said or what was not said in a deposition or a trial. Those are the words of the Sunset Review Committee, and the committee got it right. Simply put, if I make even one significant mistake, justice miscarries, and there are no do-overs. And if a trial got thrown out, the cost would be a lot more than what this board would cost. My job cannot be done by a tape recorder. It's to make sure that the record is clear and comprehensible, and that frequently means that we have to manage people. If in a private deposition attorneys are screaming at each other, and trust me, this happens more than you might think, or if a witness is inaudible or confusing, then I'm the one that has to intervene. I have to get control of the situation so the attorneys are not talking over each other, so the record is clear and will be clear on appeal. And I have to do this in complex medical malpractice cases. One day with medical jargon flying, the next day could be an antitrust case, and where the witnesses all speak in the language of PhDs in economics, or that explains it. My job, I will tell you, is really hard, and it is really, really important, and it warrants vigorous and expert consumer regulation that takes place in sunshine to ensure the enduring integrity of our judicial process. It is respectfully unclear to me what is broken with the regulation of this profession, so that the board that oversees it would need to be eliminated. I'm sure the administration is not saying that the deposition reporter shouldn't be licensed. That would be a fiasco. Not even the CPR went that far, and there would be no general fund savings. I won't go into the transcript reimbursement fund, which has been a godsend to every indigent who wants to have a deposition taken. In conclusion, what would be improved if the board were to go away or be replaced by a bureau? Would consumers be better off if decisions regarding this profession were made by a bureau chief in secret, without public oversight under our open meeting laws? And if the board were removed from under the umbrella of one department to under an umbrella of a different department, is there any evidence that consumers would be better protected, that efficiencies would be enhanced? In all candor, what exactly is the problem that eliminating the board tries to fix? And is that problem so bad that it warrants eliminating a board that has really done a good job, one that does its work well, free from controversy year in and year out, with efficiency and reliability? With respect to the administration, with the understanding that government efficiency is a good thing in and of itself, we have yet to hear any reason why making the board a bureau or moving it under a different umbrella would make the regulation of this profession any more efficient or better at protecting consumers than what we have now. For this reason, we ask this committee simply follow the lead of prior committees of this legislature and reject the governor's proposal to eliminate or transfer the Court Reporters Board. Thank you so much for your time.
Now, I understand when you come up here, you take your time and you're taking of your afternoon to be here with us, but she did repeat what he said.
Not everything.
So please, if you just can be very concise.
I just have one thing to add. My name is Early Langley, and I represent the deposition reporters and freelancers of the California Court Reporters Association. I was in a deposition on Friday, and a lawyer said to me that she and their court reporter and the opposing attorney drove out to the middle of nowhere for a depot. And all went well in the morning. The afternoon came after the break. The court reporter came back, tears streaming down her cheeks, hysterical. Everyone thought she had a death in the family. What had really happened was she had been on the phone with the CRB, the Court Reporters Board. They told her that her license had been hereby revoked. Her fees were delinquent. That is how swift and how efficient this board operates. And I appreciate your time and would respectfully request that you vote no on the elimination of the Court Reporters Board.
Thank you. Others? So if you leave and have the other ones come forward. I guess.
Madam Chair, members, Donna Hershkowitz on behalf of the Judicial Council. I do think I'm going to say something a little different than the others who've come and testified before me. We do at the Judicial Council agree that it's necessary to have some oversight over the court reporting profession so we can continue to ensure the high quality of court reporters. However, taking a look at the question that's posed in the background paper that you have before you, we do not believe that the Judicial Council is the proper oversight entity for the court reporters and would oppose moving it to the judicial branch. I just want to highlight a couple of items that are actually included in your background paper, which talks about some of the key functions that the Court Reporters Board engages in. Oversees California schools of court reporting, approves school curriculums, audits school requirements, responds to student complaints of school improprieties with student record keeping and curriculum standards, does the licensing examination, disciplines licensees. Also, they conduct site visits and do inspections of the court reporting schools. These are inherently executive branch functions. They're not functions that belong in the judicial branch. It's not something that we do or that the judicial branch, frankly, should be doing. Additionally, there are, according to your agenda, 7,600 certified shorthand reporters that are regulated by the Court Reporters Board. Less than a quarter of those are court employees. So what you would be asking the judicial branch to be doing is overseeing a large group of certified shorthand reporters, 75% of whom we never see in the courts at all, and work in depositions, in private law firms, and all other areas where their services are needed, where they do not walk into the courtroom. Additionally, I would point out not only do there not appear to be general fund savings, but from the way I understand the proposal, the staff would either the funding for the staff would go away, and the staff would be assigned elsewhere. The judicial branch does not have the staff currently in order to assume these functions. So I would suggest that there would be general fund costs for the judicial branch to assume this function that is currently being done by the Court Reporters Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We're a nonprofit civil rights legal organization and have been in existence for over 35 years. And our clients are, in the area I practice in education, are low-income students and parents, students of color, immigrant students. An example of the great benefit of the Transcript Reimbursement Fund was the use of that fund, our reliance on that fund to represent a class of low-income students in California against the state for the state's failure to provide them with basic necessities, textbooks, instructional materials, qualified teachers, and safe and decent facilities. The result of the settlement in that case was over $1 billion infused into the lowest performing schools across the state. We could not have done that without the assistance of the Transcript Reimbursement Fund, which is our top priority and the reason we're concerned about the elimination of this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Tartaglia with Disability Rights California. We oppose any changes that would jeopardize or make changes to the Transcript Reimbursement Fund as it's administered by the CRB. The Transcript Fund is it's critical to our ability to access the judiciary system for low-income people with disabilities. And in effect, what it does is it levels the playing field for organizations like ours who often legally challenge well-funded opponents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Janice Scott. I'm a member of the California Official Court Reporters Association. I'm from San Mateo County. I serve as an official reporter. I live in Redwood City. And I'll just point out one fact, and that I'll focus on the schools. About 1 in 5 students make it through the court reporting program in these certified schools. And it's because of the rigorous testing and certification process that the CR Board oversees, and they do a wonderful job. I just just recently, as an official court reporter, filled out an incredibly long survey trying to help in the process of certification. And they're just very on their game. They do a great job, and our students are our future. And in the legal system, it's so important to have proper certification, and I want to thank the CR Board for taking it very seriously, the certification process.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Toni Pallone. I'm here on behalf of both the Deposition Reporters Association of California and the Bay Area General Reporters Association. I don't want to repeat what those who've spoken before me have said. As you might expect, I'm here to urge you on behalf of both of our associations to reject the proposal to eliminate the Court Reporters Board, and also to leave the Court Reporters Board functioning as it is now, rather than to transfer it under the auspices of the Judicial Council, as I know is being considered. I know the Judicial Council has chosen not to accept that responsibility in the past when it's been suggested. And I'm also here to mention that I, as a reporter, am a licensee, but I'm also the owner of a deposition agency in San Jose, much like many of the members of the Deposition Association that I represent here today. And we sort of wear two hats, both as licensees, and we interact with the Court Reporters Board as licensees, and also as consumers of court reporting services. And I can tell you my experience and the experience of others within our association has been that the Court Reporters Board operates as efficiently and economically and as streamlined as any organization could to monitor the work of our profession. And whenever I've gone to the board for any assistance with a licensee that perhaps is not as performing up to par, they have been very speedy, very responsive, and have settled any issues, any problems that I had as a consumer immediately. And I know from my attorney clients that I've also sent to the Reporters Board for help, they have had the same experience and are very, very, they applaud the work of the Court Reporters Board and have been very satisfied with it. As a consumer, it's hard for me, for many of the reasons mentioned by the prior speakers, to imagine that the Judicial Council or any other organization could work as efficiently or economically as the Court Reporters Board does now. And I know those two issues, economy and efficiency, are critical to this committee and what you're trying to achieve. And I think that's being achieved already in the current status of the Court Reporters Board operating as it does.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kay Reindl, and I'm here on behalf of education in support of the Court Reporters Board of California. I am concerned of what may possibly happen to educational programs in the state without the oversight of the Court Reporters Board. I have been in education for 23 years. The board is very responsive. They set high standards. They provide guidance, oversight, and on-site visitations as well. Work with the schools to produce a very qualified court reporter. And so I would urge you to leave the Court Reporters Board as it currently stands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandy Finch. I am a court reporter, and I also am here on behalf of Golden State College of Court Reporter. I'm a co-founder, co-owner, and director of that program there. We need the Court Reporters Board. I just say ditto to all my fine fellow reporters today. Please don't take our board, especially without a bureau for private post-secondary. We need the CRB. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Emmerich. I am co-owner of a court reporting firm and Golden State College of Court Reporting. And I would just like to reiterate the fact that in my years as a court reporter, as a firm owner, and as co-owner of the school, we have utilized and needed the services of the Court Reporters Board innumerable times. We pick up the phone. They are quick to answer any and all questions. And also our court reporting firm has provided transcripts through the Transcript Reimbursement Fund, and I cannot emphasize enough how important that is. Thank you so much.
Did you have something to say, Senator Corbett?
Are we done with the testimony?
Yeah, we're done with the testimony.
I would just say I think that I think the witnesses have said more than I need to say. I think clearly the professional nature and the education that's required for these court reporters is extremely important, and the standards should be maintained, and I think that they would need to be under their own board. I do agree, too, that it's not necessarily appropriate for the Judicial Council to be the entity that would oversee them. I think there might be some conflict having the judicial branch providing the oversight. I think.
What about the State Bar?
I don't think the State Bar, I think, would be the same problem. I think the oversight should be in the administrative branch. I think you have a better opportunity for clearer oversight and no potential concern for conflict of interest. I wouldn't be able to support the elimination of the board at this time, and I think there were plenty of reasons already stated. The concern for, again, the professional nature and the education, extremely important. Those transcripts, if you practice law, those transcripts must be exact and perfect in order to, ensure justice and that people get the right information that, coming out of those tough situations where you may have an argument in the middle of a deposition, etc. So, anyway, I wouldn't be able to support the elimination of the board.
Okay. Did you have a question? Do you have a question? Okay. Before we make the recommendation, I think that the term transcript reimbursement cost is a misnomer, because it really isn't a reimbursement cost for transcripts. It's helping the indigent. I think it's a broader thing, because I thought it was just transcripts reimbursement, but it seems like there's a whole lot of other things with it that helps the thing. So to me, I was just thinking it was one thing, but it's totally something else. Okay, the recommendation is consideration should be given to the elimination of the court, but you're saying that, so do you want to make a different motion?
Well, I'm not necessarily someone who likes to overrule the chair, and I hope that I wasn't planning on making a substitute motion, but I am interested in opposing. But if the chair would like to entertain a substitute motion,
go ahead.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would make a substitute motion that we do not eliminate the board at this time.
Okay. Okay, then the second part of the motion that I was going to make is that the transcript reimbursement fund, which is really weird, should be continued under the oversight authority in court in order to provide transcript reimbursement costs to indigent litigants. So that's going to stay the same.
I would agree that I would accept that as part of the motion.
Okay.
And stay under the CRB.
Pardon me?
Stay under the CRB.
Yes, stay under the CRB.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the motion.
Grady McLeod?
Aye.
Grady McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa?
No.
Correa, no. Flores? Oropeza? Romero? Walters? Yee. Flores, aye.
Okay.
One right.
Okay, we're
That's
at
the Corbett motion.
Yeah, it's a Corbett motion, and we're 3-1, but that is being left open. Now, folks, we have we're in issue 10, then we have 11, but there's two following things after that. So if we could kind of move it, it is 4:15. Okay, this is should the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee be eliminated and its functions transferred to the Bureau of Automotive Repair. Go ahead, Finance.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance.
I believe I have precedence as the chair of the committee.
Okay.
As I say, I'm chair of the committee. I'm Jeffrey Williams. I'm a professor of agriculture and resource economics at UC Davis. I've been on this committee for 6 years and chair for 2 years. I'm very puzzled about this entire topic because it's so different than any of the other boards that we've been hearing about today, in that the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee is an advisory board to the legislature and the governor and has no oversight of any licensing or something. We're supposed to be effective at suggesting legislation, so how we even measure our cost effectiveness is a puzzle.
Okay.
I'll defer to that now, but I'd like a few more comments later.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. The Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee was established to evaluate the effectiveness of the smog check program and recommend improvements. It's responsible for providing one report annually. The committee has no enforcement authority. The Bureau of Automotive Repair duplicates these efforts through a variety of reporting mechanisms and has enforcement authority related to smog check stations that are required to administer the program. Existing staff within the Bureau of Automotive Repair can assume this function without any increase in funding. This proposal would result in savings of $155,000 annually, as well as one position and any associated travel with the commissioners, the 13 commissioners. Of the commissioners that exist, 9 are appointed by the governor, 2 are appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly, and 2 by the Senate Rules Committee. Therefore, this is primarily a committee that's the administration appoints members to.
Okay. I do have a question for you. Our analysis here states that you had 5 vacancies and that you were unable to meet for 4 months out of the year. So how does that make you an effective committee?
This committee has, over its 20 years, had some troubles with a quorum. Over the last 5 or 6 years, it's been functioning well.
Okay.
We had a point last year where there were several vacancies, and we went below a quorum several times.
Do you still conduct business without making motions?
Yes, we do. We have meetings about 10 times a year. It's important in this particular committee to understand that it's not an oversight of what BAR is doing, and it's because of an inherent tension here. Who is the consumer? We keep talking about them in this context. The consumer could be the person getting the smog check. Those consumers like to have all their cars pass and no repairs needed, but the real consumers here are the consumers of air in California. So the Inspection Maintenance Review Committee is in this strange position, it's certainly strange, to be speaking on behalf of the Air Resources Board of whether the Bureau of Automotive Repair is doing a most effective program. In fact, you can measure effectiveness there by the number of people who fail their cars or the number of smog check technicians who have been found to be cheating. The Bureau of Automotive Repair does those functions well. We're not duplicating those, but we are trying to look at what is the necessary forms of this type of regulation. And in the context that we're talking about here, Californians spend about $750 million a year on smog checks or the repairs, so $150,000 seems like rather a small amount, one way or the other. Our committee has had a number of independent suggestions. One of them last year ended in legislation that if it is tightening some of the standards and probably amounts to cost savings for California, either measured by air quality improvements or some other parts of the program, of about $1.5 million. So I think we've more than paid for ourselves in that way.
Okay. Others?
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs on behalf of the Bureau of Automotive Repair. I just want to note that we feel that the Bureau and the Air Resources Board already do work well together on implementing the program, and we continue to do so, and feel we can do that without the existence of the committee.
Yes, Madam Chair and Committee, my name is Charlie Peters, Clean Air Performance Professionals, and we represent motorists.
Mothers?
Motorists. People who drive cars.
Okay.
That probably includes you, Senator.
I'm also included in mothers.
Cool.
Okay.
We do not see any benefit from having a regulatory agency regulate themselves and tell you how well they're doing. I don't see how that's going to provide a benefit. Having a separate entity, and this is an only committee in the state of California that has no connection with anybody except for the governor, the pro tem, and the speaker. So it is a truly unique committee, and Smog Check is a very contentious program and can have a tremendous effect on air quality and business in the state of California, and it serves a very important purpose. I probably have had more disagreements with the committee than anybody. I've attended more of the meetings than anybody, including the members. And I oftentimes disagree, or at a majority of the time I disagree with what they do. But exactly what we're doing here, which is eliminating this committee and having the agencies evaluate themselves, makes no sense to me at all. If the Senate and the Assembly would pay closer attention, I think there are very significant policy changes that can take place that can better serve the public, significantly improve air quality, and make a tremendous difference in the state of California. But what we're considering here today, I don't see is going to have any effect at all. And we need some effect, and we need your help. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Rocky Carlisle. I've been the executive officer for the IMRC since 2003. In that time, we've delivered a report to this legislature every year that's resulted in 4 pieces of legislation to improve the smog check program, in addition to 1 early action measure implemented this year by the Air Resources Board. The Department of Finance has suggested that it saves $155,000 a year by eliminating the committee. I'd like to point out that I have return rights to the Bureau of Automotive Repair in the capacity of an air quality engineer, too, that wipes out most of those savings when you look at salary and benefits. Moreover, our committee members spend a significant amount of time on analysis, at a very high level, if you will. We have 3 PhDs on this committee, and for example, Dr. Williams spends on the order of 25 to 30 hours a week. If we had to pay for that in analytical costs, it would more than exceed what we have as a budget. Our budget is very small. Finally, in December of last year, early January, we wrote a letter to the legislature, to the leadership, and also the governor, suggesting that we oppose the elimination of the committee at this point, but that we would support a sunset of the committee at some point down the road, assuming that they implemented OBD-only testing in the smog check program, which not only saves consumers hundreds of millions of dollars a year, but also removes some of the subjectivity of that program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Tom Addison, staff with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and we're here to oppose eliminating the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee. I'd also note that the Sacramento Metropolitan Air District opposes elimination of the committee. The savings, we would respectfully disagree with the amount of the $151,000 a year. We think that a more accurate figure would actually be $40,000 a year, given the situation with the single IMRC staff. And weighed against that savings, certainly the state needs efficiencies, and we support the goal of the committee today, both improving efficiency and saving the state funding, given the magnitude of the budget crisis. But the value, the financial value of the recommendations of the committee to the legislature, we think have far outweighed that. Direct IMRC recommendations have resulted in a number of bills that have been signed into law over the last few years, several of them sponsored by the Bay Area Air District, and the value to the state of that reduction in air pollution is far, far higher. So from a public health perspective, as well as a financial perspective, we think retaining the IMRC is helpful. They are the only entity that makes recommendations for ways to improve the smog check program, and we certainly don't always agree with all of their recommendations, but that is a unique and very helpful role that nobody else is fulfilling. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any other witnesses? Is there questions from the members? The recommendation for this particular part of the agenda is that the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee should not be eliminated. However, a sunset date of January 1, 2012 should be placed on the committee. That is the recommendation. Yes.
What would the savings be from eliminating this?
He said none.
They said none, so.
None?
It's a staff position.
Yeah, they said.
So he'd have transfer rights back over, so yeah.
The savings would be $155,000, as well as elimination of 1 position. And the savings would be true even if the person that is occupying that position returns into the Bureau of Automotive Repairs. They have vacancies that can absorb that savings. So overall, their budget would be reduced by $155,000 in 1 position.
Okay, does that answer? Okay, so we have the recommendation.
Negretti McLeod?
Aye.
Negretti McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
No.
Correa, no. Flores? Aye. Flores, aye. Oropeza? Romero. Romero, I. Walters, yea. 3-1.
3-1, and that remains open for the other members. The 11th issue is, should the Landscape Architects Technical Committee be eliminated and its licensing duties be transferred to the Architects Board? Okay, okay, you're there already. Go ahead while they're coming up.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. This committee was established in 1998 and is already under the purview of the Architects Board and licenses architects that focus on landscaping. This specialty license will continue under the broader authority of the board rather than a separate committee, eliminating unnecessary overhead for a specialty license. We anticipate savings of $162,000, again in special funds, and elimination of 1.5 position, as well as savings related to the board members and travel. Per diem, 5 of them.
Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Bowden, and I am the chair of the Landscape Architects Technical Committee. I'm here today to discuss the proposal to eliminate the LATC. On behalf of the LATC, we appreciate this opportunity to provide what we feel is important and relevant information to you so that you can make an informed decision regarding whether to retain or eliminate the LATC. We are in favor of increased efficiencies in government. However, we question whether this proposal will meet the stated goals. It is important to understand that architecture and landscape architecture are 2 distinctly different professions. Architecture involves the design of buildings and structures. Landscape architecture involves the design of the built outdoor environment. Currently, the LATC is a committee under the California Architects Board. There are 5 committee members with 4.6 staff members that administer over 3,600 licensees. The LATC shares an executive director with the California Architects Board. Under this proposal, the LATC would be eliminated, with all duties and functions for the regulation of all the current and future landscape architects be transferred to the California Architects Board. This would be a case where one profession has regulatory authority over another without having benefit of representation. The elimination of the LATC would eliminate the balance of appointive powers of the governor, Senate Pro Tem, and the Speaker of the Assembly. As voiced by the representative from the Center of Public Interest Law, a question would need to be asked as to whether or not there is an articulated problem with the current structure, and would the elimination lead to better regulation of the profession of landscape architecture. The current structure has already been recognized as being a model of efficiency. I have been given the authority by the California Architects Board to say on their behalf that they share concerns over the economic feasibility of eliminating the LATC and having the California Architects Board take over regulation of the landscape architectural profession in California. The California Architect Board members, consisting of 5 professional members and 5 public members, do not possess the technical expertise of the profession and therefore are not qualified to provide full regulatory authority over the landscape architectural profession. We feel that elimination of the LATC would diminish consumer protection by diminished attention by the California Architects Board, affecting the consumer and those who use the services of both architects and landscape architects. Since LATC is already consolidated, there are no real savings to be attained in this proposal. In addition, we are not aware of any analysis that justifies the proposed staffing reduction. We are already combined with 1 executive officer. Workload will remain the same, if not increase. Cutting 1/3 of the staff from an efficient, streamlined organization with only 4.6 positions seems detrimental to protecting consumers and effective regulating landscape architects. I'd like to thank you very much for your consideration and for your valuable time to hear this proposal. Thank you very much.
Do you have anything to say, ma'am?
My name is Mariana Guayo. Although I'm the program manager for the Landscape Architects Technical Committee, I'm here on behalf of the California Architects Board because our staffing is a bit thin. I know that the Architects Board has sent a letter with their official position, and just wanted to state one point, that the legislature in the Practice Act has delegated all decisions to the Landscape Architects Technical Committee, with the exception of final enforcement actions and final regulatory and statutory proposals. Thank you.
Is there anybody else to testify on this issue? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, member of the committee. I'm Dave Mitchell. I'm the current president of the California California Council of the American Society of Landscape Architects. I'm employed by the City of Santa Barbara, or excuse me, the City of San Jose as their park planning manager. I think Andy basically discussed our concerns very well. We do oppose this, and we oppose this for a couple of factors. One, when we were formed in 1953, we were first licensed. We did lose our Landscape Architecture Board in 1997 through a sunset review process. We did go through a sunset review process again in 2004, and the joint committee that has been put together under LATC, under the CAB, got great reviews and has been a national model of something to look for. We believe that this model has been serving the organization and the profession well, as long as the consumers. We believe that by eliminating this through the budget process makes no sense, especially for a savings of 162,001.5 positions that is not being charged to the general fund. As stated by CAB, there is no direct benefit to them, but be more of a burden on them if they had to absorb us as a whole in dealing with us, and we would not have representation on their board. It would be a concern to the profession. With that, we do not see any benefits by going through this process. We will be in front of your committee in 2010 through our next sunset review process, and we request that you would defer this to that review.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Mark Christian with the American Institute of Architects, California Council, in opposition to eliminating the Landscape Architects Technical Committee. I'll try to be as brief as possible. As you know, the Landscape Architects Technical Committee was formed in 1997 upon the elimination of the Landscape Architects Board. The AIA California Council worked with the CCASLA legislative leaders, the Wilson administration, to come up with a model for the licensing and regulation of the landscape architects profession. It was put under the Architects Board, but with the LATC. The reason it was done is because the Architects Board by itself is incapable of, cannot regulate the landscape architect's profession. It's a different profession. That was the fact in 1997. Nothing has changed between then and today. It is the fact today. The California Architects Board is not the right board to regulate by itself the landscape architect profession. The thing that the landscape architects and architects have in common the most is they both use the A word, architects. Outside of that, there really is not much else in common. We appreciate the opportunity to speak here. We appreciate the Governor's Office, the administration proposing ways to bring about greater efficiencies. We are willing to work with anyone on that, on any ideas. We just do not think, unfortunately, that this is such an example. If this proposal is approved and is adopted, and the LATC is eliminated, the CAB will probably have to form a landscape architects committee to do the exact same thing. If it's not able to, then it's not fair to the landscape architects profession, and it's not right for the people of California who depend upon the state government to adequately regulate and enforce the profession. For these reasons, we ask you to not accept this this elimination. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairs and members of the committee. My name is John Nicholas. I'm a practicing landscape architect here in Sacramento. I'm also joined by a number of my colleague landscape architects from the Sacramento community. Please raise your hands. They're here to also oppose this proposal to eliminate the Landscape Architects Technical Committee. Our profession does a lot of things that are very, very different from what architects do. Things like building the security fence around the outside of the Capitol here. I was the project manager for that. Things like the Rose Garden on the east end of Capitol Park. I was a project manager and principal designer of that. An architect couldn't do that, a landscape contractor couldn't do that, and a licensed professional needs to do that. And so it's that type of work that we are involved with. And so for those reasons, we feel that we're unique and we should not be absorbed or eliminated into another committee's role.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Almost.
It is, thank you. I'm Stephanie Landrigan. I am the Department Program Director for the Landscape Architecture Program at UCLA Extension, which is a very unique program in that it is certified by the LATC. We are the only, our program and UC Berkeley's program extensions are the only two programs in the United States of America that provide provide an educational venue for working adults to reach the educational requirements to sit for licensure. And we would not be able to offer that if this was not carried over under the new proposal that is there. We are very concerned that this issue would be unaddressed, and I would like to bring that to your attention. Thank you
so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Robert Goss. I am actually a holder of a California landscape architecture license, but that is not what I currently practice on my daily profession. I am the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Folsom. I employ 2 landscape architects. One of them sits to my right. We have in the past employed up to 3. I am here today to speak actually as a consumer and actually representing the consumers of the City of Folsom. Folsom, if you've been to the city, is well designed and full of parks. That is my role as director. We rely on the technical committee to ensure that the practitioners have the minimum competencies to design the kind of parks that our residents expect. Those minimum competencies come in the form of protection of domestic water quality, environmental water quality and storm drainage, irrigation design and water conservation was extraordinarily important in the state of California. Adherence to the ADA and Title 24, vegetation management, wildfire prevention and mitigation, and the design of public facilities. Our public facilities are numerous, and of course, there's the residential landscapes as well. In parks, I like to speak of those as public infrastructure. Many people believe that they are nothing more than somebody's glorified backyard, but think about it. People drive into parks. That means there's road infrastructure. There are restrooms in parks, which means there are sewers in parks. There are storm drainage facilities in parks. There are water lines in parks, electrical, gas, telecommunications in parks. Parks are municipal infrastructure. I, as a director and a person that hires this profession, need the technical committee to ensure that I hire competent people. So I urge you to vote no on the governor's proposal to eliminate the Landscape Architects Technical Committee.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Jeff Townsend. I'm the trustee for the Sierra chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. I'm also here as the managing principal for the local office of Jacobs Engineering, and I manage the work of other engineers and architects here in this office. And I know our license is very important to that ability to collaborate with those other professions. I urge you to oppose the changes recommended.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members, Pat Moran with Aaron Reed and Associates representing PEG. I know the hour's late. We'll just say that we're opposed to this for the reasons previously stated and encourage your no vote. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is James Simpson. I'm a park planning manager for the City of Folsom, and I oppose this. I've been a professional for over 30 years and a licensed landscape architect in the state of California for 28. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there any questions? Hearing none, the motion is to not eliminate the Landscape Architects Technical Committee. This committee should continue to function as an advisory committee to the California Architects Board on matters regarding the licensing, regulation, and discipline of landscape architects. Call for the roll.
Negrete McLeod.
Aye.
Negrete McLeod, aye. Wyland, Onestad, Corbett, Correa.
No.
Correa, no. Flores. Flores, aye. Oropeza. Oropeza, aye. Romero. Walters, yea.
Okay, that
is 3-1.
3-1, and that stays open. Now we have additional proposals by the committee. The Pro Tem has asked the committee to consider any additional consolidations or reorganizations that may make sense. The following are additional issues proposed by the committee staff. First issue, should the Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation and the Bureau of Electronics and Appliance Repair be consolidated into a single bureau? Go ahead.
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. While these proposals weren't brought forward by the administration, the opportunity to consolidate the Bureau of Electronic I always call them Bear and Bufty. Just forgive me for using the acronym.
That's okay.
They're long ones. These proposals are closely aligned with what we've recommended. Those two bureaus are operating functionally as a single organization sharing an executive officer, so we think this makes sense. It likely would result in some savings, $100,000 to $200,000, and probably a position or two, depending on when and how it's implemented. It's consistent with other proposals, so we would support this.
Okay.
Laura Zuniga with the Department of Consumer Affairs on behalf of the Bureau of Electronic Appliance Repair, Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation, and the department is supportive of these proposals. We do operate them as one program now under one bureau chief, and we think this would just improve the efficiency of that.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on that? The recommendation from this committee is that the Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation and the Bureau of Electronics and Appliance Repair should be consolidated into a single bureau within the Department of Consumer Affairs. Does anyone? Okay, call for the vote.
McGrady-McLeod?
Aye.
McGrady-McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
Aye.
Correa, aye. Flores? Oropeza? Aye. Oropeza, aye. Romero? Walters? Yee. Yee, aye.
Okay. 4-0, so we'll leave it open. The second issue is, should the Structural Pest Control Board be consolidated into the Department of Pesticides Regulations? Go ahead. Same thing?
Kristen Shelton, Department of Finance. I think my comments would be similar to those previously. This is probably more closely aligned with the proposal that we had related to the Board of Geology and the Mining and Geology Board.
Okay. Anybody speaking? There's a couple of chairs here. Go ahead. Start.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Chris Arzadi, and I am the Vice President of the Structural Pest Control Board, a public member not affiliated with the industry, rather recommended by the Senate Rules Committee and your colleague, Senator Gloria Romero. I'm just here to speak against the proposal. First of all, the reason is in regard to official efficiencies. Bigger is not always necessarily better. Although Department of Pesticide Regulation is 10 times bigger in both staff and budget, our Structural Pest Control Board operates very well. It's actually a model board. And actually the savings that you would be proposed to keep in such a consolidation is about $400,000. It's really a fraction of the overall deficit that the state's incurring right now. And then finally, the issue is the issue of whether or not the DPR has the capacity or the culture to provide the same type of services that the Structural Pest Control Board operates. And my argument is that it does not, and so therefore it's a concern. Secondly, in the term of public safety, as we think outside this box, the question is, how does this line itself up with providing services or rather services to folks, to kids with cancer or to folks who are homeless, etc. And the reality is that this is still a public safety issue. As a public board member, my interest is in making sure that consumers are protected. We are the voice of the public. It's taken a number of different years for public board members to become more acquainted with the terminology and the language of the Structural Pest Control Board, and rightfully so, we are there to voice the questions of the public and ask questions that perhaps industry members or board member or the actual board, whether it's Department of Pesticide Regulation or Structural Pest Control, may take for granted. So we ask critical questions in the interest of protecting the consumers and the public at large. Another example of public safety issue is that. Sorry?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Another example of the public safety concern is that numerous occasions we receive applications for licensure that come from ex-offenders who have not been rehabilitated or redirected, and this board and our board members are there to provide that filter to make sure that folks who are not in question do not enter your homes as they're preparing for pesticide application, or if they're tenting your homes for fumigation. The last point I'll make is in regard to industry regulation. The proposal could quite possibly eliminate an authority to regulate the industry, and there are many occasions where companies who go out and do rogue type of surveys and different types of services on behalf of their client do not always do what it is that they say they're going to do, but yet they still charge. And our Structural Pest Control Board does a very fine job of investigating those matters and then bringing them to justice, more or less. And in that sense, the consumer would not be protected in that manner under this particular proposal. And so these are my concerns. I thank you all for allowing me to share them with you, and that's the end of my comments.
Okay. Senator Oropesa has a question, but we'll let you all speak, then she can ask. Go ahead.
You want me to wait, right?
Yes, correct.
Wait, you guys speak and then
Okay. I'm Kelly Okuma. I'm the Registrar and Executive Officer of the Structural Pest Control Board. To address the questions that are posed to us today, one must understand the differences between the Structural Pest Control Board and the Department of Pesticide Regulation. You already know what the board does. We issue licenses, we investigate complaints, we take licensing action. The Department of Pesticide Regulation does just that. They regulate pesticide use, whether they're pesticides that are used by our licensees, whether they are pesticides used by their own licensees, whether they are pesticides that you and I purchase at our local grocery store and use ourselves. The structural pest control industry performs inspections of structures for pest infestations and infections. They control those infestations and infections in many different ways. In the same way that pharmaceuticals are a tool that a physician uses in treating a patient, pesticides are one tool that the structural pest control industry uses when performing the services it provides consumers. It should also be noted that today's consumers are looking for alternatives to pesticides, and the industry is responsive to that. They use exclusionary methods, they use removal methods, they use alternatives such as heat, electrocution, microwaves. Consumers do not seek out the services of the Structural Pest Control Board when they have concerns about pesticide safety. Those consumers that do contact us with those questions are referred to the county agricultural commissioners. That's what they do. They seek us out when they have concerns that they've just made the largest purchase of their life, and they've moved into that home and they have found that there are infestations or infections that our licensee has overlooked. They're now faced with having to spend hundreds to thousands of dollars to remedy that problem. The question, does the proposal provide budgetary savings? Budgetary savings may be achieved by incorporating structural pest licensing into the agricultural program, as well as by eliminating board members and staff positions. Unfortunately, we really have not had an opportunity to explore what those savings might be. Yet to be determined are whether long-term savings could be achieved compared to the costs associated with merging two organizations with definable, complicated programs with varying degrees of public interest and different missions. The board's technological infrastructure differs from DPR's. Technological systems will require modifications and enhancements so that they can communicate with one another. Maintenance of fair and equitable licensing exams, where exams are required no less than 5-year review for suitability, will meet new challenges of resource sharing and confidentiality mandates. The board employs staffs with skills and knowledges specific to structural pest control. Transition costs of consolidation may be significant in areas of negotiating collective bargaining agreements. Clearly, additional research is needed into these and other areas in order to adequately respond to this question. Will the proposal improve efficiencies or services? The recommendation could simplify the licensing process for those individuals that want an agricultural license as well as a structural license. However, for those who just simply want a structural license, it's unlikely that the proposal offers any simplification to that process. However, the license requirements could be further simplified in that no license may be required at all because DPR doesn't require individual licenses. Only the owner of the company has to have a license. So what that would mean is that individuals applying pesticides would have no license requirement whatsoever under the current structure of the Structural Pest Control Board, where they do have to be licensed. The recommendation would create a burden for California consumers. The board has mediated as much as $1.5 million in annual restitution for consumers through cash settlements, construction repairs, and pest control treatments. Under the recommendation, consumers would have to seek civil remedy through the courts. The board does issue reports of findings that consumers use if they elect to go to small claims court or to take civil action. These documents are also used by bonding and insurance companies when resolving consumers' claims for restitution. Without these impartial inspections of the Structural Pest Control Board specialists, these consumers would be left to bear the cost of obtaining an unbiased expert opinion in addition to the cost of seeking those civil remedies. Combining resources
Are you getting ready to wind down?
I am. Okay. Combining resources into one large government entity may create greater bureaucracies, impeding progress. Will the proposal provide for independent oversight? The board is subject to the Open Meeting Act and this respects the best checks and balances approach to transparency in state government. Consolidation of the board with DPR may curtail an important element that facilitates public awareness, thereby precluding the public's ability to play a part in the decision-making process. Finally, unlike the Structural Pest Control Board, DPR, as I said, doesn't license the individuals. Should the licensing responsibilities shift to DPR, the potential exists for unlicensed activity, and also, as Mr. Arzadi mentioned, that we do criminal background checks. We deny licenses to individuals to have access to your home who have sexual crimes, who have committed burglary and theft crimes. This would not be happening under this proposal. I guess I would just end with that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Billy Gaither, and I represent the Pest Control Operators of California. It's a trade association for the industry, and we oppose this consolidation.
Thank you.
My name is Harvey Logan. I'm with Western Exterminator Company. We also oppose the proposal.
Okay, you both get A's. Okay, now.
They get an A, except that I'm going to ask them why. Why the industry opposes the consolidation?
The industry opposes this because of mainly for the reasons that Ms. Okuma stated. This would harm the consumer. There would be no oversight in the termite inspection industry because the DPR does not regulate this time, and I don't see anyone in that department that would be capable of regulating that.
And what would that do to your business? I mean, I'm trying to get the connection.
Well,
what it does to your business.
It would, if everything would go over to DPR, I envision the consumers being harmed in such a way in that the termite inspections being performed on their property, there would be no oversight for that. You would have people out there virtually being unlicensed and no experience in that field performing inspections.
I got it. Okay, I understand now. Okay. My final question is on the issue of transparency and public accountability, and I noted that the board is going to be subsumed by or consumed by the other entity, and there will be no public board. Is that correct? Right. So there will be no public oversight should this occur.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Any other questions? Okay. The recommendation is that consideration should be given to consolidating the structural board and within the Department of Pesticides Regulations. But you've heard the testimony, so what is the wish of this committee?
Only that motion.
Okay.
Could we add to the motion a couple of areas of concern so that as they are considering it, the transparency and shining a light on pest control in the state is a concern that I have. If we could include that, including, as they consider, including such factors as the accountability, and also the other issue for me is that the lack of required licensing of all of the technicians. Those seem like two things that should be ironed out. And they probably can be, but they need to be. So
Does anyone else share the same concern?
Through the chair,
Yes.
the required licensing, doesn't that stay in place?
No, not for the technicians, only for the, they testified that it was only for.
It does stay in place.
Steph, go ahead.
Okay, so what did you
Go ahead.
mean?
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just an observation. While this is not the administration's proposal, this is similar to the other proposals where we had consolidations. Our vision would be that the licensing functions would transfer along with the board, including the regulatory oversight. What you would lose is some administrative layer in that process. And I think that, similar to our other proposals, you would have boards be consolidated so that there is appropriate representation, and you may still have some sort of board where there is an open function. To the extent a board is created and continues under the oversight of the Department of Pesticide Regulation, they would be subject to Open Meetings Act requirements.
So, to the chair, I would say that, and if you can hold on here from the administration, ma'am.
Finance, please.
I mean, for the sunshine issue, something of a Brown Act or something where these.
Well, that's what she said.
No, she's saying that their intention is to get the best of both of the
That's correct.
so that there would be a transfer of the board. I didn't read that in what I know so far, and so just in terms of us passing a motion that says please consider consolidating these two boards, I didn't see any harm in pointing out that we want that consolidation to include transparency and shining a light on. That's all.
That's my motion.
Okay. Is that your motion? Okay. All right.
Grady McLeod?
Aye.
Grady McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett? Correa?
Aye.
Correa, aye. Flores? Oropeza?
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters?
Aye.
Yee. I'm sorry, Walters, aye. Yee, aye.
Okay, we have one more issue, and the issue is, should all the proposals to consolidate, eliminate, or reorganize the boards and bureaus be contained in a legislative proposal rather than as part of the budget bill? So that there's a bill that, I think this was
similar to AB 33.
Yeah, similar to AB 33.
Which is a consolidation for the Department of Real Estate.
I think this is what the pro tem wanted. Yeah.
What's your recommendation, Madam?
The recommendation is that committee staff is directed to draft appropriate language to be placed in legislative vehicle that will implement the committee's recommended actions.
I'd move that.
Second.
We don't second here.
I know.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there was some discussion about looking at consolidation across the board, various agencies. The legislative vehicle, it doesn't preclude that it could be part of a bigger package. As I hear the amendment, correct?
The pro tem's suggestion was that it be carried as a vehicle as opposed to a budgetary vehicle there, so that we could in and out. All right. All right. The motion is, so go ahead. Call the roll.
Grady McLeod?
Aye.
Grady McLeod, aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett? Correa? Correa, aye. Flores? Oropeza? Oropeza, aye. Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters?
No.
Walters, no. Yee. Yee, aye.
No, why?
5-1. I will leave the roll open for 5 minutes in order for the members that are not here to come down to vote. Otherwise, the vote will go out as is because all we need is a majority of the members present. Okay.
And the recommendations be forwarded to the conference committee for consideration.
And the majority of those people that are here, once we vote, whatever we have voted here will be forwarded to the Budget Conference Committee for their consideration. Okay? All right? So call bills. Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I've been out of the committee dealing with education matters, but
which are very important.
We've got all kinds of bills coming up, but Let me just ask, when I came in, I was concerned about, it appears there's a lot of motions to not consolidate or to not cut. And could you just give us a summary of some of those actions? I mean, in my mind, I'm looking at, do we further cut Cal Grants, which I do not want to cut, or do I consolidate boards and agencies? And I will fall on the side of consolidating boards and agencies before I look for further cuts in education.
And I would agree with you.
Give us
However,
enough summary?
these boards and agencies are all driven by fees, so they're not part of the general fund, so they're not impacting education and all of those other things.
And it will be in a separate bill.
And it'll be in a separate bill. So I understand your concern.
Can I?
Yes.
Is it correct that because it's going to be a separate bill, that items can be added, subtracted, as Ms. Romero asked, or amended as the bill goes through the process?
Probably. Yes. Yes. Okay. So issue number 1, which was the governor, the staff, the recommendation from this committee was to give due consideration to AB 33, which actually would eliminate the Office of Real Estate Appraisers and provide for the Department of Real Estate to assume its functions and responsibilities and establish a new licensing category for mortgage brokers under a newly created Department of Financial Services. The Department of Real Estate will no longer have regulatory oversight responsibility for those realtors involved in the mortgage transaction. And those took a lot of talking. Okay, so that's number 1. So call for the vote.
Anastad? Correa? Correa, aye.
Could you give us how the chair voted and what the current vote
Sure.
is, please?
Issue number 1, the chair was an aye, and right now it is 5-0. Adding Correa would make it 6. Oropeza?
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters?
Aye.
Walters, aye. So we've got 9-0.
9-0 on that one. The second one was, should the Bureau of Naturopathic Medicine be eliminated? The staff, our recommendation was to eliminate the Bureau and move oversight responsibility to the Osteopathic Medical Board. It's going to create a 9-member committee under the Osteopathic Board and add 2 naturopathic doctors to the Osteopathic Board. Okay.
The current vote is 5-1, and Negrete McLeod was an aye. Wyland, Anastad, Oropeza.
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Romero.
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters.
Aye.
Walters, aye.
Which one was this?
2. We're going down the road.
You were no votes on that.
You were no vote on that.
Yeah, I'm a no vote.
Okay.
8-1
on that one. That bill is out. That recommendation is out. Should the third one is should the telephone medical advice should be eliminated. The recommendation was Senator Corbett. What was the recommendation?
On number 3.
Number 3.
It was to. The motion was to
not to eliminate.
Not to eliminate
the Bureau this time.
To not.
You want me to tell you the whole thing? Well, first of all, there are no budget savings. Hang on just a second.
Let me reiterate, all of these boards that we've gone over, they're all fee-driven by those entities that belong to those boards. So it's not a cost to the general fund. Although some of them can be eliminated, some of them no. Okay? So the third one was not to eliminate the Medical Advice Bureau.
There were no general fund savings.
There's no general fund savings on that. Yeah.
It would have...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the present vote is 6-0. Negrete McLeod was an aye. Anastad? Oropeza? Aye. Oropeza, aye. Romero? Aye. Romero, aye. Walters?
No.
Walters, no.
Okay.
So that's 8-1.
8-1, that recommendation. Number 4, should the Board of Geologists and Geophysicists be consolidated with the State Mining and Geology Board? And the recommendation was to consolidate.
Current vote is 4-1. Negrete McLeod was an aye. Wyland? I'm sorry, you already voted. Anastad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Oropeza?
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters?
No.
Walters, no.
Oh, excuse me, I'm aye. I'm sorry.
She's an aye.
Walters, aye.
Just used to say no all the time.
You said that out loud.
8-1, that recommendation is out. The fifth issue was, should the Professional Fiduciary Bureau be consolidated under the Board of Accountancy? And that one we had quite a lengthy discussion. Mr. Correa had quite a bit of heartburn with that one.
Which one is that, Madam Chair?
4, honey. 4.
Accountancy and
5.
fiduciaries and accountancy.
Yeah. And Mr. Correa feels that there is an issue with people taking over as fiduciaries for people, and it creates a problem because they use up their monies and stuff. Yes, sir.
To the chair, we said that was an issue to be dealt with outside of
Outside. That's correct.
So
The recommendation is do not consolidate the Fiduciary Bureau with the Board of Accountancy.
Current vote is 5-1. The chair was an aye. Onestad? Corbett?
And it's to not consolidate.
That's correct.
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa? I'm sorry, Senator Correa, you were a no vote. Oropeza? Oropeza, aye. Romero? Walters?
No.
Walters, no. Yee? Yee, aye.
There you go, Mimi.
There you go. I'm back on track.
6-2.
Okay, 6-2, that recommendation is out. The sixth issue, should the Board of Behavioral Sciences, the Board of Psychology, and the duties of the vocational nurses and psychiatric technicians to oversee psychiatric technicians be consolidated into a new Board of Mental Health? The recommendation from the committee is do not consolidate the Board of Behavioral.
Okay, the current vote is 4-1. Negretti McLeod was an aye. Onestad, Corbett, Correa. I'm sorry, Mr. Senator, again, you were a no on that. You were a no on that. Oropeza, Oropeza, no. Romero, Romero, aye.
She's sitting next to me now. I means no.
You are an aye. Okay.
Yes.
Not consolidate.
Okay. Walters.
No.
Walters, no.
She means no.
That's 5-3. Oh, I'm sorry. Corbett, aye. So that is 6-3.
6-3, the recommendation shall go out. Number 7, should the Hearing Aid Dispensers Bureau be consolidated under the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology Bureau? The recommendation was to consolidate them.
Current vote is 3-0. The chair was an aye. Wyland, Onestad. I'm sorry. Wyland.
Not voting.
Onestad, Corbett.
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Oropeza.
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Romero.
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters.
Aye.
Walters, aye. Yee. Yee, aye. Yes, 8.
Okay.
It's 8-0.
8 issue, should the nursing oversight functions of the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians be consolidated with the Board of Registered Nursing? The recommendation is do not consolidate the two boards. Okay?
The current vote is 2-0. The chair is an aye. Wyland.
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Onestad. Corbett.
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Correa.
The recommendation is do not consolidate. I want a consolidation, therefore I'm a no.
Correa, no. Oropeza. Oropeza, aye. Romero.
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters. Walters, no. Yee. Yee, aye.
All right.
7-2.
7-2, that recommendation is upheld. All right. Issue 9, should the Court Reporting Board be eliminated? The recommendation was not to eliminate. That's correct. It was a substitute motion not to eliminate the Court Reporters Board. So I voted aye on that. So
Current vote is 3-1. Chair is an aye. Wyland. Onestad. I'm sorry.
The current vote is
3-1.
And it's to not eliminate. After all the testimony, it was to not.
Wyland, aye.
Wyland, aye. Oropeza.
Aye, I think.
Oropeza, aye. Romero.
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters.
No.
Walters, no. Yee. Yee, aye.
Correa's a no.
Correa's a no on that. 7-2.
7-2, that is upheld. Okay. 10, should the Inspection and Maintenance Review Committee be eliminated and its functions transferred to the Bureau of Automotive Repair? What do we do on that one? Do we say yes?
Yeah, we said should not be eliminated.
Okay, should not. Okay, not.
And then put a sunset date, January 1, 2012.
Not be eliminated and put a sunset date on that one?
So the board will be eliminated, but added.
No, not to be eliminated, but to put a sunset to see if it's still functioning the way it is.
It will be eliminated.
Yeah.
Unless we re-up.
Re-up it. Okay.
Current vote is 3-1. The chair was an aye. Wyland?
No.
Wyland, no. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Oropeza?
Aye.
Oropeza, aye. Walters?
No.
Walters, no. Yee? Yee, aye. Correa's a no.
Okay, how many?
6-3.
6-3, that is upheld. All right, issue 11. Should the Landscape Architects Technical Committee be eliminated and its licensing duties be transferred to the Architects Board? The recommendation is do not eliminate the Architects Technical Committee. Okay.
Current vote is 3-1. The chair is an aye. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Romero? Walters?
No.
Walters, no. Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye.
Correa's no.
6-2.
6-2, that is upheld. All right, the additional proposals or considerations by our committee was the first issue, should the Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation and the Bureau of Electronics and Appliance Repair be consolidated into a single bureau? And that one should be consolidated. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Should be consolidated.
Current vote is 4-0. Chair is an aye. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Flores? Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Walters?
Aye.
Walters, aye. So that's 8-0.
8-0. That one is upheld. Number 2, the issue, should the Structural Pest Control Board be consolidated under the Department of Pesticides Regulation? And what was that one? I don't remember.
It was to consolidate, but adding language
Okay.
Senator Oropeza for
Yeah.
transparency and to provide us shining on the light.
Yeah.
Through the chair also,
Yes.
I just want to clarify that when you do that consolidation, the mills assessment, there's a difference between residential and agricultural assessment, that those are not, consolidated. Rather, they remain separate. There's separate mills assessments for residential versus
Mills
ag,
assessment?
and so you want to make sure they stay separated.
What's a mill?
It's a little assessment that goes on for the
Homes and industrial?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Just to clarify, it's the understanding of staff that the motion is essentially to transfer the operations of the Structural Pest Control Board
Nothing
over to
else.
DPR
Intact.
in its entirety.
Intact.
So
It's
that's
licensing
not. Thank
and
you.
organizational
change in
functions.
any
So that would be
fee
changed.
structure.
That would be kept the same.
No
Thank you
change
very
in
much.
fee
Okay.
Thank you.
No mills.
Current vote is 6-0. The chair is an aye. Wyland? Onestad? Wyland, aye. Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Flores? 8-0.
8-0. The last issue, should all the proposals that...
Yes, you and I vote on it.
Okay. The last one is, should all proposals to consolidate, eliminate, or reorganize the boards and bureaus be contained in a legislative proposal rather than as part of the budget bill per the pro tem, and they asked us to do it this way. Okay. So,
Okay.
go ahead.
Current vote is 5-1. The chair is an aye. Wyland? Onestad? Corbett?
Aye.
Corbett, aye. Flores? Walters? I'm sorry, Walters, you were a no on that.
Wyland, no.
Wyland, no.
Okay, what is it?
6-2.
6-2, that is upheld. Thank you very much. Thank you, Finance Department, for being here, and Consumer Affairs. Thank you so much, and LAO. Thank you for holding firm there and sitting on your little seats. Thank you. Okay. Jesus. That was a long